My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. Yeah, I'm back home, man. And guess what the fuck strapped on me? Last chance in it, you can call me business. I'm all up in it, bro, strictly about my business. Protect my shit like a lamp hole Indian. If you ain't got this, man, I strongly recommend it. Neck on tennis, wrist on tennis. Black Jesus beach with black dreadlocks in it. I came here to win it, I need playing time. You can't stop me, just found me and send me to the line. It's young May Izzle, head cock dizzle, and I don't give a fuck about none of you niggas. I gun at you niggas, this ain't time for play. I'm almost off parole and I be smoking every day. Approaching with a K, smoking on a J. I go anywhere, I don't give a fuck where you stay, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. All black Chevy, yeah, that's me. A triple and a motherfucking double OG, nigga. You don't know me, you gotta be drinking. I'm known for cutting heads, don't leave a nigga sinking. I leave a nigga blinking, just for all that playing. You think the Hook Green will call me the Orange Man? Cause when I get at ya, I really get at ya. I'm like Vin Diesel, bro, I keep a vendetta. It's always about cheddar, it's never cause you let her. Cause I don't wanna anyway, see I can do better. See I can do stellar, she love the way I groove. She like the way I cut the sack and still make it move. I'm nothing like that dude, yeah I'm something special. I'm known for getting money so I ain't gotta address you. But not to disrespect you, if you touch my nephew, my niece or my daughter or my son, I'm coming at you, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. Key shit, nigga. Nintendo Wii shit, nigga. Let it game on you niggas. Let it cane on you niggas. We'll bang on you niggas. Let it rain on you niggas. I'm ashamed of you niggas. And you know I know triggers. You know I know figures. Been in it since a youngin'. Wild out dungeon. Young Paul Bunyan. I came in running. Ain't going out dungeon. I always had something. I don't owe you nothing, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga.
Bitches be smiling and shit, yeah, they will be glad to know me. Don't even speak out, I'm pissed at this girl on my dick, yeah. He like the mad emoji, like she the joker, this baddie come with a lot of tricks in. You know she had to show me, she touched on the rod and the nigga ain't talking about sticks, yeah. I got a bad emoji, sit on your ass and you crying, you sad emoting. Get in your bag controlling, cutting off people who don't got their cash in motion. Keep me a stash, I'm loaded, ain't got no hustle, then here go a laughing trophy. Nigga, I'm glad you told me, he passing go been a minute, he acting slowly, but I need the cash that you owe me. Just keep the cash, it's been too long. I'm in my bag, it's a two-tone. Old bitches mad, I need 2 phones. Drop the stack, putting my shoes on. I be jet lagging, I'm too gone. My heart be savage, it move on. Niggas be lacking, they move wrong. Tryna get put in a gulag. Give her king, tell her she hoorah. She tryna fuck in this coupon. I'ma just pass it to you, bro. Rather get racks with my crew tough. Pussy can't buy all my new stuff. All in my blunt, it be too stuff. Calling my burst, get it too much. Young but attracting these cougars. Bro in the back with a Ruger. Melt your ass, you need a cooler. Rapping, I ain't touched a booth. Yeah, spend like 10 racks, made a stew, bro. That's the type of shit that I do, yeah. Go to a lot, I'm like, which one? Cool got no top, I like this one. Had it all out, then I switched them. Had to thank God for my wisdom. He rather go buy a bitch. Some plastic hoes gotta dismiss them. Never uptight, never missed them. She ride the bike, you know, then some. Think that I'm catching a symptom. Ill as Lil Wayne, I'm a victim. My gang be the coldest. He say he the dopest. I need what he smoking. Split his whole like Moses. She cold with the posters. I don't finish slowly. Mind your business, nosy. She kick, I play goalie. Yo chick wanna know me. Niggas lame, so she gave me the trophy. My gang be the coldest. He say he the dopest. I need what he smoking. Split his whole like Moses. She cold with the posters. I don't finish slowly. Mind your business, nosy. She kick, I play goalie. Yo chick wanna know me. Niggas lame, so she gave me the trophy. 6-time champ like Michael, nigga. I got too many fam, come snipe you niggas. Damn, they really be over. Hyping quitters make sense why I don't even like you niggas. I put weed in a pipe, I ain't like you niggas. Shoot to stay on my right, got a pipe addiction. Put a ring on your bait, now your wife don't listen. That can never be me, bro, forgot we different. I'm too far in the lead, be the only difference. After start, I had told them the circumstances. Bad bitch, and I still give her 0 chances. Bagless, nigga, these be the real advances. She got 5 different races, no lick of Spanish. A magician, I'm making her panties vanish. Born a Christian, my girl, there's no need to panic. On the mission, she told me I'm Clifford Landon. I can't even lie, $1 million five. She be getting wild in a German ride. Gotta get away, can go to jail tonight. One thing sure, they know that we in this for life. Like my fucking rifle, better stay in sight. Not a threat, but just a promise to the sky. Getting checks, call me thugger on the rise. Not a jet, or drive a rocket in the skies. Like my gang be the coldest. He say he the dopest. I need what he smoking. Split his whole like Moses. She cold with the posters. I don't finish slowly. Mind your business, nosy. She kick, I play goalie. Yo chick wanna know me. Niggas lame, so she gave me the trophy. My gang be the coldest. He say he the dopest. I need what he smoking. Split his whole like Moses. She cold with the posters. I don't finish slowly. Mind your business, nosy. She kick, I play goalie. Yo chick wanna know me. Niggas lame, so she gave me the trophy. I've had Italian, Puerto Rican, white, black, Spanish, Asian twice. Bad bitch from Barbados, nice. Shit get spicy in my life. Italian, Puerto Rican, white, black, Spanish, Asian twice. Bad bitch from Barbados, nice. Shit get spicy in my life. Run up and be unsuccessful like Hillary. Say what I do, what I want, and deliberately. She rubbing on me intentionally. She make it stand to attention like Statue of Liberty. Too many chances and just seen it vividly. Watch for these bitches, they'll set you up willingly. Thankful for God, he ain't let them get rid of me. Now I relax and that money come instantly. Bitch killed my uncle, autopsy, said 20 plus shots in the car. Only holes in the inside, not outside. Up by his own niggas. He grew in the south, took the police 2 days to find a vacant house. So me and his son, you know, family, we vowed that whoever it is, karma coming around. He got booked at 16 and just now getting out. But he told me to call her, some niggas get loud. If I call him, I'm leaving, cause she gon' get wild. And he don't miss, he shoot up the spot with a smile. Miss a target, he won't catch your ass in the crowd. We don't care about talking, we bonding them out. I can tell him chill out and don't do it. It's worked for me twice, but the third time it's not working. Now watch your back, cause he creeping in silence. He lurking, fuck up your life purpose. He purging, no doubt. out. Running from the jakes in the S5. Baddie tryna fuck, got away on this test drive. And I got away with your base. She on standby, said you getting cake. And she said you a damn lie. I can hear the V and the A when I redline. I can make a band, couple K's up in real time. Your bitch is a fan from LA. She on drill time. Nigga wear a magnet cause I pull a nigga bitch like Italian, Puerto Rican, white, black, Spanish, Asian, twice. Bad bitch from Barbados, nice. Shit get spicy in my life. That Italian, Puerto Rican, white, black, Spanish, Asian, twice. Bad bitch from Barbados, nice. Shit get spicy in my life. So they told me to walk when the beat come on. Niggas love to talk like they on speakerphone. I've been spinning my wheels, now my tires gone. Yo bitch watching me drink out this styrofoam. When she talking to me, told her dollar tone. And she said she can't handle the time I'm on. All these hoes getting knocked like they dominoes. Stacking these hundreds gon' need me a lot of those. Freakiest bitches, they be off the Casamigos. Yeah, I'm minding my business, they watching me though. You can't be high as me cause they call it beast mode. I swear all these girls tripping, not wifing these hoes. They gon' drain you up, come back down to the zero. But she sucking me dry like she Team Mosquito. I don't like them and single, need more amigos. When this bitch off the liquor, she mother freak hoe. I gave Brody a key, let him start when he young. All this weed in my system inside of my lungs. I can flow with my wings like a rebel or something. If you think I'm not peeping, I'm just acting dumb. Watch my back for no reason, not trying to get slumped. It's that time of the season to copy you a gun. Fuck the police that's locking up niggas for none. I got family and friends and they still on the run. Let your faucet drip, cause my heart it might freeze it on top of shit. Now them niggas can't see me, a chopper bitch. It might be what I'm needing. My Brody be blacking out like he a demon. She said she want kids and I'm out full of semen. Take care of my own, but the kids had to leave them. Do shit when I want fucking hand, I don't need them. And those are the steps that we take and repeat them. Hey, quit all that yelling, my girl is annoying. A nigga stand next to me, got a little boy in my look in my bank and I like I was going. You know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them. I hit us some soldiers, I gotta deploy them. I'm still ranking up in this bitch, I'm still loading. She matching the coupe, both them bitches is foreign. She not mixed with something, I'm calling her born. I double cup up and I take me a sip. I'm taking the party right back to my whip. I keep me some extras inside of the clip. Shit start to get shicey, then we got a dip. I need plenty relos, just snatch me a zip. Won't catch me from black and mouse up to my lip. The drink in the system, she doing the flip. She already moving and it's just a tip. You niggas done yet cause you getting a lot of me. Smoking that pressure, that gas, yeah, that quality. I hate you once, I might mess up your life. I can't name you an ex that does not fucking follow me. Bound with the presidents, they now a part of me. Future been looking like I hit the lottery. Gotta have money to be part of quality. Bitch, I be floating like I'm Harry Potter. So they told me to walk when the beat come on. Niggas love to talk like I'm Harry Potter. I've been spinning my wheels, now my tires gone. Yo, bitch, watch I be drilled out like I'm Harry Potter. She talking to me, told her dollar tone. And she said she can't handle the time I'm on. All these hoes getting knocked like they dominoes. Stacking these hundreds gon' need me a lot of those. Yeah.
Buddha.
But about getting this money control. I do my thing and he stay on the road. We talking about getting the state of some mode. Go out in the grind and come back with the dough. And in between times we kick back and we smoke. He thumbing through colleges, scholarships. Meanwhile I'm looking and moving in my next condo. That nigga my brother, we both drive a foreign. We don't give a fuck by the hoe cause they boring. I have no emotion but bitches annoying. I keep her in line like we waiting for Jordans. I light up a leaf and start smoking the forest. She liking my spot, look around like a tourist. She asked for a drink so the shot I hit poured it. Keep texting your girl as I watch her ignore it. Me and my brother, we been through a lot of shit. So we solid like we kissed our rocks and shit. We was wrecking the windows, no Glock and shit. To this day we don't fuck with the cops and shit. But we changed up our life, all that stupid shit. Breathing better.
Hey, y'all. Welcome. I do apologize for taking so long to get started, but I did want to make sure I had everything together before I got started. So again, I do apologize. Can y'all hear me okay? That's my first question. I want to make sure y'all can hear me. Put a 1 or say, yeah, we can hear you or whatever. I do apologize about that. Sound is good? Okay, that's all I needed to hear. I got this new Bluetooth speaker thing. It's a, oh, sorry. Hold on. It's a, I keep pulling it out. I don't know why it's acting like this. Oh, it's a selfie stick, a Bluetooth speaker. Hold on. I just bought this and it's already tearing up. See, it's such no cheap stuff. But anyway, it's a selfie stick. It holds the phone. It's a Bluetooth speaker, and it is also it's a flashlight if it comes on. I swear I don't really know what I'm doing. Oh, there you go. It's a flashlight. So I got it at Walmart. It was 1998, so I needed it when I was out helping search. I can't remember if it was for Riley or at the end, and I went to get it when I was helping search for Sebastian, and that's the subject of this live today. Riley Strain, rest in peace to Riley Strain. I was really hoping for a different outcome, but unfortunately, that's not the outcome. But 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 I knew that it was some type of, it just didn't add up to me as far as like he just fell in the river. Like, I mean, I know you can fall in the river, so don't get me wrong, but it's just like where he was, it would have had them been like a push, or he was put there after the fact, and that's what I was thinking the whole time. I was thinking um they weren't expecting the case to take off the way that it did, and they had to think quick on what we're going to do with this young man. I mean, that's just what I feel. I'm sorry that that's what I feel, but I do feel that he was put there. I don't think he drowned at all, and that's another reason why we're here, because there was no water found in his lungs. And some medical examiners can say, how some medical examiners, hold up, am I on mute? Because I'm hearing the echo. And I shouldn't be hearing anything except for myself. But y'all let me know if you hear echo. Anyway, like I said, I feel he was placed where he was found. I know what it is. Okay, I don't hear echo now. The Bluetooth was on, and even though I had it on my phone on down low, I still was hearing it through this. So sorry. It's off now. I do apologize. So we're gonna get right into it, but first just want to say prayers to Riley Strain's parents and his loved ones that all that loved him. I didn't know he had a sister and a brother, and it seems he was close to his niece. And it's just sad that his life had to be cut short. I just celebrated my 43rd birthday, and he wasn't even able to celebrate his 23rd. And I have a 20-year-old son as well. So this definitely, hits home, because, there could easily be anyone's son getting caught up in something like this. Let me read the comments. When I had my Bible lesson this week, I actually recorded it on live, so y'all can check out that live. But I actually said a prayer for Sebastian and his family, his dad in particular, because I'm thinking that his mom knows a little more than what she's putting off. Um, I'm thinking the mom may be involved, the stepdad as well. I'm thinking Sebastian is not even in Hendersonville, Tennessee, or in Tennessee for that matter. And if he is, he's not near his home. Um, the mother said, she left because she wants to accompany her husband to work. Like, so was Sebastian hindering you from accompanying your husband, and that's why y'all had to allegedly, do something about that? Um, I won't talk about psychics or anything, but I do um like some tarot card readers and some, I call them seers. I don't call them psychics. And a lot of them have been saying that, like he was terrified of them, and that he was a liability, for them. And especially with him being autistic, if you're set, in your routine or in your ways, it's very hard to change that with an autistic child. I've heard this from people that have autistic siblings, and I've also heard this from one of my subscribers and moderators who is autistic. He said, like first of all, leaving going outside without shoes, that was a red flag. Like, we knew that was, like, there's no way he did that. Not on his own accord. What said you should have drove over there today? They were out in the neighborhood chatting. Who is they, Jody? Who was up? Who was out? Right, love, bless, rest in peace to Riley, blessing to his family. They had his funeral service Friday, because I was actually going to show it. Well, not the full service, of course, because they had an actual private burial. But they did show little snippets of the funeral online, like people speaking, but they didn't show like the casket or anything like that I've seen. Question: does anyone know what time Chris arrived in Hendersonville from Memphis? I don't know. They said for some reason, I think somebody said it took 7 hours. Said like what, 3 hours there, 3 hours back. I don't know. I'll have to check that, get that information, because that's good information. Some creators that I know, some YouTubers, CJ Concept Crime Podcast. He was actually in Mississippi at the RV park, and I may share some of that footage too, so y'all could see the lady. Basically, they was at the RV park. They didn't have any flyers in their hand at the times, even though they did have flyers in the car. But they just wanted to fill the place out. They paid for an actual parking, like a lot or whatever. They paid for a lot. And when the people saw them, the people, they like, it was him, and him was another creator who's also an officer, but she didn't have her badge with her. She didn't take it with her because she wasn't there on an official case per se. She was there searching, as a citizen for Sebastian. And the lady rode up on the golf cart and asked, were they together? And they was like, yeah, we are together. And then as she was driving off, she was like, and don't be recording. Like, why come they can't record? Like, you didn't see them with no flyers. You didn't know what they were doing. Like, they could have been people traveling, visiting, wanting to record the area, the location. They could have been travel professionals like me. I'm a travel agent. And they could have been, reviewing the area, letting their clients see this RV park in case there was ever a time where a client wanted to come to this particular RV park. You get to see the scenery and, how it looks. So So I don't know if other YouTubers have been there, and that's why she said that. But they ended up leaving, and then they ended up going to the Lake Lamere. I think I'm saying it right. Lake Latimer Lake. I said Lake Latimer Lake. Lake Latimer. And as they were going through the woods, the forest or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so these children make me lose my train of thought. Wait a minute. Somebody was at the lake. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So they were at the lake, and as they were going through the forest, he came upon two big old sod piles, and it was like fresh sod, and it was weird because it was in the middle of the forest, and it's like, first of all, how did they even get it here, and why is this here? So he got to digging, they got to digging. One of them even went to, I guess, a nearby store and got a shovel. They got all the way down to the bottom. They didn't go in the ground, but it just was weird. They did call law enforcement and give them the location of it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show y'all that. But no, before I do that, I want to show y'all the Riley stuff, and then we'll get into Sebastian, since we're hoping that Sebastian is still with us. But I'm also hoping that whoever did this to Riley, they are caught, whether it was they did it to him before the bar, at the bar, leaving the bar. There's some people involved, and it's nothing to do with, oh, he was drunk and he fell over. We're not buying that. And there's some experts that's not buying it as well. So the first video I'm going to show y'all is actually his family members, saying their goodbyes. But like I said, they didn't show like the casket or anything, which I was really hoping that they did, and not because I was trying to see the body or anything, but being that, we were out there, searching for him, the public, the world, I would have thought they would at least let the world see maybe the casket at least. But they even had a private burial. So I'm using two computers here, so that's why I keep looking over here on this side in case you guys are wondering. Started right here at the beginning. Make it big. Shame, y'all.
Followed by a private burial at a later time. Those in attendance were asked to wear green, as Riley often said, green makes you look good.
Hold up, y'all.
Riley was selfless and always acted with a kind heart. I still can't fathom that he's not next to me.
Today, family and friends will say their final goodbyes to 22-year-old Riley Strain. The University of Missouri student who disappeared in Nashville will be laid to rest in his hometown of Springfield, Missouri. A visitation and celebration of life was held earlier today and will be followed by a private burial at a later time. Those in attendance were asked to wear green, as Riley often said, green makes you look good.
Riley was selfless and always acted with a kind heart. I still can't fathom that he's not next to me as I stand here today. I remember warming up with him before every baseball game and sitting on the bench chatting about anything and everything. Just a simple sport brought me a friend and a brother who I will cherish forever.
Now, in lieu of flowers, donations in Riley's honor can be made to the Missouri Department of Conservation.
So that was that one. Like I said, it was short. And then there was like another, I think, what, like a young lady spoke. But like I said, it's really still, it's the same little snippet. It's not more. Let's see.
That's why I got a lot.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's like everybody has like just like a little. Yes. This child, yeah, this Shiloh, in case y'all wondering, it's him.
Mama, look. This is an animal car.
Okay, yeah.
But it looks like this. That is the animal car. But bye-bye, animal car.
Boy.
The animal car. Blast off.
Student who died in Nashville, Tennessee. It took place at the Green Lawn Funeral Home on East Seminole in Springfield. Those attending the visitation today were asked to wear something green in honor of Riley, often telling others, green makes you look good. They were also asked to dress comfortably to show Riley's love of life. During the service, family and friends shared stories of how much Riley loved his younger cousins.
Riley had a very special relationship with his 2-year-old cousin, Cooper. Riley would bring him a gift every time he was going to visit. He wanted to make sure that Cooper was his best friend. Riley was a doting cousin to Henley, almost like an adopted uncle. He would let her put makeup on him, paint his fingernails, and even braid his hair. He was always concerned that she was having fun.
Instead of flowers, Riley's family is asking people to make donations to the Department of Conservation in memory of Riley's love for the outdoors.
Okay, so yes, those are all that I'm going to show of that. The other one that I wanted to get into was for you guys to see what the medical examiner was trying to say as far as how he dry drowned, and how there are other people that are saying like, we're not buying it. I just wanted to pay respects to him passing away first before we got into talking about finding out who did this to him.
Court TV, the disappearance of college student Riley Strain. Now, Strain had been missing since March 8th after reportedly getting kicked out of a bar in downtown Nashville. He was a student at the University of Missouri and was in Nashville visiting fraternity friends. Now, video surveillance caught Strain walking alone the night he went missing away from the bar, and his bank card was eventually found near the banks of the Cumberland River. Well, Strain was eventually found and identified by police on March 22nd in that river, still wearing the same shirt and watch that he had the night that he went missing. But new questions have arisen as officials confirmed that while he was wearing a shirt and watch, he was missing his pants and cowboy boots. Reporter Nick Barris with Scripps News Tennessee brings us up to date on the latest.
A friend of Riley Strain's family says that they ordered a second autopsy, which reached the same basic conclusions as Metro's. But he says the Strain family also has questions about the condition of Riley's body when it was pulled from the river. A dock worker spotted the body downriver from downtown Nashville, where Riley was last seen. Police Chief John Drake confirmed the identity.
Mr. Strain still had the shirt on that he was wearing, still had the watch.
But News Channel 5 has learned Riley's body was found without his jeans or cowboy boots. Riley certainly was fully clothed in the security video the night he disappeared. But when he was pulled from the river 2 weeks later, from the waist down, only his boxer shorts and socks remained.
It is unusual. Normally, if you fall in the river, it's very difficult to get your pants off.
Dr. Bill Bass, now retired, is the founder of the University of Tennessee's famed Body Farm and one of the foremost experts on body decomposition in the world. We asked him about the missing pants and boots. Dr. Bass says it's possible, but unlikely they just came off in the river current.
No, they would not come off by themselves.
Dr. Bass says debris could have snagged the clothing or...
I would say that somebody took them off. If you do research on this, which is very difficult because you got to kill a person to do it, but it's difficult to get your pants off. It's difficult when you're alive to get your pants off.
We did speak with Riley's stepdad, Chris, who says he does not right now want to comment on the Friends interview because the family is preparing for Riley's funeral on Friday. But he did say that they will have, quote, big things to share, unquote, next week. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
All right, joining us to discuss, Deputy Chief of Investigations for Gwinnett County, Georgia, Curtis Clemens, and criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, Rob Corbett. Rob, I'll start with you. I want to get your thoughts on this. I just want to add to this that we do know he was found 8 miles down the river. He was missing for 2 weeks. So I don't know if that plays into the idea of during that time, somehow in that river with the current, could have gotten caught on a branch or something, pulling his pants off, but boots and pants as well. It all seems rather curious to me.
Yeah, I agree. It is a tragic and unfortunate incident. I wouldn't think that the pants and boots came off sometime while the body was in the river. It seems more likely that that would have occurred probably before he went into the river. And the question now remains, is it going to be foul play or is it just a tragic, unfortunate accident that he took his pants off and then went in the river? But I think more needs to be discovered, probably an additional thing the family's waiting on, the final autopsy report or the second autopsy report, and perhaps that could shed more light on this.
Yeah, so now what we know, Curtis, is that there was no blunt force trauma, at least according to police. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what to believe now. The police were very crafty in that first statement saying, oh, no signs of foul play. He had his watch on, he had his shirt on, leaving out the fact that he didn't have pants and boots. Right. You know what I mean? And I guess the family feels the same way. They thought it was necessary for them to get a second autopsy done. We don't know the results of either of them yet. Right. Your thoughts on whether, number one, there was foul play. Then I want to ask you about why the police wouldn't be more forthcoming with the details.
Well, there's several reasons. One, I think that there was foul play. That's my stance on that. I think something happened to him. Maybe he was robbed. You have a watch that was still there. Smart person, they know anything about Apple Watches, they can be tracked, they can be traced. So you leave that alone. You take the boots, maybe you like the boots, but to get you those boots, you got to, get those clothes off of them. So that's one issue. Now, why the police responded the way they do, unfortunately or fortunately, sometimes law enforcement is going to rely heavily on the results from the medical examiner when they examine the body. Again, we've said there's been no blunt force trauma to the body, no other visible injuries. So the tendency is to go, well, we have no signs of foul play right here. So that is what law enforcement is dealing with. They're looking for something with the help of the medical examiner to make a case. At this point, they don't have enough. There needs to be further investigation.
Yeah, Rob Corbett, we're also sort of hearing, and again, I don't want to put this out there as fact because we do not and have not been able to confirm this, the fact that there might be either no water in his lungs or little water in his lungs. Now, if the police know this and say there's no foul play, I don't see how they could come to that conclusion. So, I'm not sure where that information is coming from. Again, we have not been able to verify it, but that would tell us a lot, would it not?
Well, definitely. If there's no water or very little water in his lungs, then that would lead one to the conclusion that he did not drown, and then he ends up in the river by some other means. And at this point, with law enforcement sort of withholding information, I can kind of see that if it's still in terms of an active investigation and not releasing everything all at once, or if there's as more information comes in, they have to try to weigh it out and see what's going to be the most viable route to go. But at this point, there's still a lot of unanswered questions, and further investigation is definitely needed.
Yeah, and so, you know, Curtis, you had a theory, maybe somebody liked the boots that he had on. What we know is that the bank card was found on the banks of the river. That kind of clued them that something might be in the river. No wallet found. And again, the pants off, boots gone. All of those things, I mean, what scenario do you see? You think there was foul play? Maybe a robbery? They took his pants off, make it easy for them to sort of get what they need and get away. They did leave the bank card, which I guess would have been valuable in some way. I don't know. Is that how you think this might have went down?
My theory, yes, exactly. I think this was a robbery. Again, you make him take off his pants. You want to embarrass him so he's not going to run out in public. Take off his pants. We like those boots. Take those boots. Take the wallet. You don't want the credit cards. You don't want the bank cards. You just want the cash, you know, and it's gone. You know, just take the money, take that, send him on his way, and the robbery is complete.
Yeah, I still got an issue with his frat brothers, letting him leave the bar drunk like that without going with him. One of them walked down with him, then went back up.
And just left him.
Got to stay with your brother, man.
Yes.
Got to stay with your brother.
Same thing I said. I don't understand why they didn't stay with him, but you know, I know a lot of great things go on in fraternities and sororities, but I also know a lot of bad things go on in fraternities and sororities as well. And just because you join a sorority or fraternity with someone that may not like you, or you may not like them, all of a sudden y'all in the fraternity or sorority, y'all just besties or best buds. Like, no, you can try to fake the funk, but that's not it. You're really just like frenemies, like, just to be real. With this dry drowning, we gonna read the little medical, the explanation for that from Facebook. That's where I saw it in the Riley Strain group that I'm in. And I also done slowed down some of these Nightbot commands, because honey, Nightbot doing too much. I didn't realize, how I really had it set up. Like, everything is just set on to just, it could just be used too many times. So I'm just making some changes real quick. Okay. Facebook.
It's sweet. It's sweet.
And this group.
Okay, so.
All right. Group. I was dedicated, trying to, help find, Riley. Yeah, they're talking about no evidence of foul play in the autopsy, but like I said, the parents had their own that was the one we saw. Where is the medical examiner thing? That's what I'm looking for, and that's what I want y'all to see. What? Look at the boots. Are those Riley's? What?
Can we put powdered sugar in there?
Girl, no.
In the container? We can put it in the container?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at these boots. Wait a minute, because I got a picture of Riley boots, too. But those not it. His, no, them not it. We ain't gonna even show that. This is the one with the family friend. I want y'all to hear On it. And we'll play that from this. Hold up. We'll play that from this computer, and then we'll switch back over to that one. Percent. Share the screen. Here.
I'll give you something to say. Now let's just go.
Others were, they were all partying together there. It was about 8 miles away from where his body. Details in the death of University of Missouri student Riley Strain. The 22-year-old's body was recovered from the Cumberland River in Nashville last Friday, 2 weeks after he went missing during a night out with friends. Tonight, we've learned some disturbing details about how he was found. We've learned he was found without his pants, his wallet, or the cowboy boots that he was wearing the night he vanished. Surveillance video captured some of his last known steps on March 8th after he left the downtown bar where his fraternity brothers were. They were all partying together there. It was about 8 miles away from where his body was found. His disappearance mobilized an army of loved ones and strangers alike banding together to look for signs of Riley before the search came to a tragic end. A preliminary autopsy found no signs of foul play in his death, but the family is not completely satisfied tonight. They have ordered a second autopsy with even more tests that will potentially give us more insight into what happened. And joining us now, family friend Chris Dingman. Chris, thank you for coming on the show again. I understand that Riley has been returned home. His funeral will be happening on Friday. So we're obviously thinking of you all right now, and I can't imagine how difficult all of this has been. But I want to ask you about this second autopsy and some of the new information you've learned. What's new here?
The family did have a second autopsy, actually in Tennessee, following the Metro Nashville autopsy from a private individual company that does that. The original autopsy came out just like theirs did, with no obvious signs of trauma, as in weapons, guns or knives, or etc. But they were able to do a little bit more testing on specific items. One thing that threw the family for a loop was the coroner going on record with a news person in Nashville stating about the lack of water in his lungs. It raises more questions. I'm not a crime drama person by no means, but usually water in the lungs means that, they were alive when they went into the water. So more questions. We hope they're going to get some answers with the toxicology. I just hope that this doesn't get swept underneath the rug, because the family deserves more answers than we have.
What about the boots, Chris? Tell us what you've learned in terms of what Riley was wearing and what he wasn't wearing when he was discovered.
Riley, we were told, and which blew the family away. It actually went out on social media, and I screenshotted it and sent it to our war room, and was like, who in the world is this? Who is releasing this information? Because at the time, certain family members didn't even know about that, which really kind of blew us away. Not sure how they got that information. Once again, one more question. But unfortunately, the only thing that was found with him, as the police stated in the report, was the watch and the shirt. Everything else was not with him when he was found.
And if you can describe the boots that he was wearing, because that could end up being significant.
His mother was pretty sure they were Justin's, and they were a square nose style cowboy boot, kind of a flat color. Once again, the jeans were, I think, buckle is what the jeans were. We already knew about the Michael Kors billfold. There's specific things that we've been out in front of this entire time looking for in case this did come up. So we're hoping now that maybe that they will come up so we can get more answers.
So his cowboy boots were not on when he was found, and his jeans were not on, and his wallet was missing. Do you know, Chris, if he was wearing a belt?
That I do not know, unfortunately, but in one of the pictures we went back and looked at, I'd always preach to the boys about keeping their billfold in their front pocket. Just to being in clubs, it's real easy to get pickpocketed. And the one picture where the boys are all together outside, if you look in the right front pocket, we're pretty sure that's where he had his billfold. So the billfold should have been secured in his pants. Unfortunately, we don't have those answers right now.
Last time we spoke, you mentioned that police had told the family, this was right after his body was discovered, that there were still some people that they wanted to talk to. We know there's a homeless sort of camp in that area. Have they been able to talk to those people? Have you learned any more on that front?
We have not been notified. Actually, one of the people of interest, a little bit after an hour, Riley was found. I was back at that scene and just happened to see that person. And so we had a group of volunteers that kind of followed the gentleman. We called the police, let them know that we had found him because we hadn't been notified they had talked to yet, and was told by the police that, that was no longer a person of interest. They had somebody else they were interested in. But we know from the homeless people that lived there, that was the person that was supposedly up on the road when Riley fell into the bushes or whatever happened, and he yelled back down that, this was just somebody that had been drinking. It was okay. So once again, a little more confusion. I hope that the ball hasn't been dropped on this. There's numerous people in the videos at the detention center that coincide with the police officer's body cam and a time stamped where they show up on footage still walking north. I strongly believe, and it may just be a love family one knowing that wanting some more answers, but I think there's somebody out there that knows what actually happened that night, and we would love for them to come forward, and we need some more info.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to joinnn to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven
Come on.
I do apologize about that. Didn't realize the video had ended. I had got up for just a second. So as y'all heard, the family is not, like they ordered the second autopsy. The second autopsy did come back as the same, but they're just trying to figure out, like, okay, why was his pants gone? Why was his boots gone? Because I know it's hard for boots to come off. And then the explanation as far as for the dry drown, what I wanted to show.
This is my old.
It's just like, what? Dry drowning.
Well, what are you? I mean, this is the new iPad, but it needs to be.
It's like they would come up with anything.
It didn't work. It worked that did. You got all my games on it. All pictures on it. Took my boyfriend.
Wait a minute. Riley Strain Drive Drowning.
I want to remember. You said what? Booty. Your boyfriend booty. Yep.
Okay, so this was from Nick Bears from News Channel 5. And I have a beef with him on the Sebastian case, but we'll get to that when we get there. But basically this says, it says what we've learned from the autopsy on Riley Strain. The 22-year-old body was pulled from the Cumberland River last Friday, 2 weeks after he disappeared in downtown Nashville. Important to note, the final autopsy report is not complete, but I am told the preliminary autopsy so far confirms what Metro Police Chief John Drake no evidence of foul play. Yeah, right. I spoke with Dr. Fing Ling, Metro Chief Medical Examiner tonight. He did not perform the autopsy. Right. So how would he know? But he said his staff would give the full body a full examination looking for signs of trauma. It is not clear if the exam is complete. And my whole thing, if he fell into the river where he was, he should have some type of scrapes, bruises, something on him. I'm just saying. He also said that the final autopsy report will not be completed for a couple of weeks. Well, it only took my brother. We found him on the 7th. He went missing on the 15th. We found him on the 17th. His autopsy was completed, was ordered on the 18th. It was completed on the 19th, and the tox report came back on the 31st. So I don't know, and that was in here in Nashville. So I don't know why it's taking so long, but said toxicology testing will be done to check blood level alcohols if there was the presence of any other drugs. I asked Dr. Lee if water was found in Riley's lungs. To be clear, no statement has been made yet as to whether water was or was not found in the lungs. But Dr. Lee says that does not tell you anything definitive. Some have suggested that no water in the lungs would mean Riley was dead before he went into the river, which is what I think. Dr. Lee says no, and that Riley could have no water in his lungs even if he drowned. I asked how. He told me when a person struggles to breathe underwater, they can experience a reflex called a laryngeal spasm. This spasm shuts off your air and you can no longer breathe. When this happens, no water goes into your lungs. That's technically dry drowning. Bottom line, at this point, there's still no evidence of foul play, though that could change depending on the full autopsy report results. But as things stand now, there's no criminal investigation. Again, thoughts and prayers to the Strain family. Like, yeah, right. And then listen to this, to the 911 call when he was found. So if your listeners' ears advised, listeners' ears, I'm just saying.
911, what's the exact location of your emergency? Yes, ma'am. I'm at 1740 61st Avenue North, Nashville, Tennessee. I just 61st Avenue North in the nation's office schedule? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And what happened? My company works on the river. I have just found. Okay. And you said you guys found a dead body? Yes, ma'am, in the river. We don't know barges at this facility, and I was checking around the dock. It's definitely got a person's hair, black shirt, kind of like a white, muddy looking on the front. His face down in the water. Yes, ma'am. It's a Caucasian. It looks like a male. Yes, ma'am. What's your name? Cody Fuller. You said Cody Fuller? Yes, ma'am. CODYFULLER. Hey, what's the phone number you're calling from? Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay.
Lovelace wet boots coming off. No, not that easily.
Okay, is he right on the what is it called? Yeah, he's on the front of my port barge. I'm at River Marker 184 on the Cumberland River. You said River Marker 184? Yes, ma'am. Okay, give me 1 second. My company has requested only police and rescue personnel only on site. All right, so I already have this call up. I have it at 1740 61st Avenue North in the Nation's Office Centennial. What is the name of this? Is there a name on the front? It's called Holston. You said Holston, Holston? HOLCIM. Okay. Is he completely submerged, or is he right on that, like, the bed? Not the bed, but, like, is he partially? He's fully submerged besides his back sticking out of the water. I actually had to move a log off of the head to confirm it was a body.
This is sad, y'all.
Okay. I have this call up, and I'm gonna get somebody out there. Okay. All right. I'll meet them up top. I'm gonna make my way up from the river in just a few minutes.
Okay, Lovelace. So there's that. Another opinion, but we welcome all opinions over here. We don't say, well, you have to leave if you think that. But one of the psychics, one of the seers that I follow, her name is Sloan Bella. And she was the one that said last October that this was going to happen to P. Diddy this time, that because she channeled Kim Porter, because she was asked to do that. And we see what's happening. And she said when Riley Strain's name, came to her, the spirits brought to her the smiley face killer. She said that's what it reminded her of. So she said she may do a reading on him because a lot of her subscribers have been, asking for it. So I am anxious to hear that. Oh, thank you, Hollerish Irish. I love you so much. I found you through JR, but I love you so much because you just share the information, no drama in the mix. So I will follow you forever due to that. All those other people I want to. Oh, thank you. Right. I'm not trying to give you like an angle. I'm just trying to give you the information, and you can form your own opinion. And I can form mine. And if we don't agree on it, that's completely fine. We're all, adults, and God gave us all a brain. So y'all can have our own opinions. Right, I was saying taking boots off can be hard. Right, even when they dry, my kids have to help me take my boots off when it's dry. So let alone when it's wet. Like, yes. Some brotherhoods are not looking out. I'm trying to tell you, David. I had a homeboy that he pledged, and I'm gonna say their name because whatever. Alpha Cat Alpha Phi Alpha. It's the black and gold for the boys. And he was not able to have children after he pledged. Just gonna say that. Yeah. So the counting, I'm a Badger pre-med major minor in chemistry. And I know that stuff can happen, but I don't know about the dry drowning because they said it happens like Oh, well, here it is right here. It said it occurs in less than 2% of all cases. 2%?
Mom, are you gonna get copyrighted?
What? I can't hear them. Y'all, our neighbors, the college students at Vanderbilt, they're renting out Oren Burks' house, the NFL player, our neighbor. He plays for the 49ers. Y'all can look him up, Oren Burks. ORENBURKS. So anyway, he ran out of his house, and so they having a party, and the music is loud. You can hear it through the walls. My daughter's like, "Mom, are you gonna get copyright?" I'm like, "Girl, they can't hear this music on here. She tripping." But right, drunk and a strange city. And then mind you, they frat came here last year with no problems. So it's like, why was there problems this year? I swear, I feel like they gave him something, and maybe it was supposed to be a prank, and it turned out not to be a prank because he ended up getting kicked out of the bar. But I still think he was targeted at the bar. Like, I feel he was targeted at the bar, but that's what they're saying, the dry drowning. But I'm like, okay, no water in his lungs, plus no boots, no pants, no wallet. Where the Michael Kors wallet that the debit card that was found on the riverbank? Where that at? Where's his boots? Where's his pants? If he wore a belt, definitely where's his pants? It's just, I don't know. And I just feel like our Metro dropped the ball on it. And then speaking of that, we're going to speak on the Cajun Navy, the United Cajun Navy, not just the Cajun Navy, because there's plenty of Cajun Navies. I'm talking about the United Cajun Navy that came down to help, with the case, where they aren't the ones that found him. Y'all just heard the 911 call of who found him. That's all I have to say about that. Yes, they did, I guess, help out with the searches, with their sonars. I wasn't there, so I can't say all what they did and what they didn't do. But I know that they aren't the ones that found him. So, and so they said they normally don't stay at one location, but they was feeling the outpour of people asking them to stay to help with the Sebastian Rogers case, the 15-year-old autistic young boy who I have been helping go out look for. I've been passing out flyers with my children, going searching ponds, construction sites, cemeteries, strike and spare behind. I want to go behind the school. That's my next step. And just trace from there. And they stayed. But then now it's like they're saying they've been getting threats, and all this. But it's like, it's because people look them up and they have like some bad reviews, as far as like they aren't the real Cajun Navy, whatever that means. Because I don't know who the Cajun Navy is, United Cajun Navy, none of the Cajun Navy. But they so they called off the search one of the days, and they said they called it off due to the weather. But it's like by noon, 1 o'clock that day, it was pretty outside. You could have went and searched. Like, it didn't have to be called off. And I just found it funny. Like, if we're actually looking for a child that has been missing for over a month, almost a month, like, why we shouldn't be calling off searches no days, like no day. So I found that, weird, as far as like, oh, they're calling off the search. So I want y'all to, so we finna go into the Sebastian Rogers folder, because we're gonna talk about his mom. Her and Chris, excuse me, they interviewed on Nancy Grace, and I feel like the mom definitely knows more than she's letting out. And basically it's leading to like they're talking about they've been receiving threats. And so now that they're going to start going after the so-called people that has been threatening them. So they have basically start making Facebook posts exposing people that you know, whether you came into town or whether you lived in town and was helping out with the search, they call themselves exposing you if you have some type of criminal background, or maybe, you know, something where they're like, oh, you shouldn't be out here helping searching for a child because you have this on your background or this on everybody. We need all boots on the ground to be helping search for this child. And I even signed up on their website, you know, to help search, but I honestly wish that I didn't sign up on their site, and they better not email me nothing. And I'm gonna tell you why, because it's like now, because the person I'm talking about, one of the creators, JLR Investigates, they basically are like doxing him on Facebook, and I'm going to show you guys that. And they're talking about they're going to dox plenty more people. So if you've been threatening them or harassing them, like if we say that we've seen proof that your particular organization of the Cajun Navy, not all the other ones, we're talking about the ones that came here to Nashville / Hendersonville, that y'all been scamming people. You can't get mad that people is just sharing what they know. And so you're getting mad and trying to say people messing up the investigation when, or trying to say, oh, they just trying to come out here and record and get footage for their channels or whatever, or make money. They not really trying to search. Like, no, y'all the ones that's not really trying to search. Because both of them days y'all asked for volunteers, y'all went out there knowing the volunteers. I had a rental car that I had to return. But as soon as I took my children to school that day, I went out there to the striking spread, was out there over an hour plus before I had to leave to return a rental car. I was hoping that I would have another car by then, but I don't. So that's why we are in the house making a video instead of out there. But like, where was y'all at? And then y'all make these 2,500 flyers and then on to call off the search again, talking about because y'all been getting threats. Like, that seems like a scam. Like, why are we calling off the search? If it was your child, would you want us calling off the search? So, oh yeah. So let me show y'all this. I'm not y'all. I kid you not. I kid y'all not about the guy. I was like, I said, are they gonna dox me because I was out there handing out flowers with my baby girl? Like, they gonna do that? Like, because I mean, I can have my opinion. Hold up. This is exactly love. Like, this is too serious for foolishness. It's like they like watch. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, this is y'all. They done made a whole anonymous. We can't even talk about the mama yet. We gotta talk about these people that's supposed to be out here helping. Look, they done made a whole like a AI telling you all about JLR Investigates background, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Look at this, y'all.
Who made a trip to Newtown, Connecticut, and posed as gunman Adam Lanza's uncle has been a 65-year-old felon, and he told townspeople he was Lanza's for federal violations. His book was released earlier this year after serving 10 years in a prison. The smoking gun reports just 2 days after town school bridges drove to Lanza's home, but went away by no family member. Also, a memorial site where he identified himself as Adam Lanza's uncle and dropped to his knees praying for the victims. It seems Riches has a history of grabbing lines. Since January 2006, Riches has allegedly filed more than 1,000 lawsuits across the country. Some of his more interesting cases, he's suing his sideburns. Suing rapper 50 Cent for a reported $35 billion for stealing his lyrics, estimated 57 pages worth of defendants that include the Lieutenant George W. Bush, Queen Elizabeth, and the European Union for unspecified civil rights offenses. Riches is currently serving a 5-year federal probation term and is not allowed to leave Pennsylvania without permission.
Hold up. You said it was breaking up, Love Lace. You said it was breaking up. I figured it was. It seemed like it was some. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Here it is right here. This is what I wanted to read to y'all because they wanted us to share it. We're going to share it. They said, please share. We're going to share it. We're going to share what you said. Share, Cajun Navy. We sure are. Yeah, we sure are. Okay, y'all. Here we go. United Cajun Navy. Okay. So they said, please share. Good morning, everyone. Make sure y'all can see this. Okay, it says, good morning, everyone. We're going to start our expose. No. I got to show y'all what they first said they were going to expose first. United Cajun Navy, missing persons. Anyone who deliberately impedes the investigation and search for Sebastian Rogers will automatically be considered a person of interest, especially when we know those individuals have extensive criminal records. We are finalizing some intel that we will be turning over to law enforcement, and then we will begin the process of exposing those who actively try to stop this search. These people are dangerous criminals, and the good people in and around Sumner County have the right to know about the evil embedded in their community. You mean the people of Sumner County by the names of Katie and Chris who may be behind the disappearance of Sebastian? You're talking about those good people? But anyway, this is far from our first rodeo. We are honored to have been embraced by prominent members of this community, law enforcement, and elected officials. Just because a handful of mentally ill people with too much free time get emboldened by online keyboard warriors does not mean we will stay straight from our mission. We cannot be scared. We cannot be intimidated. We cannot be told where to go or when to leave because a business owner told them they could not sit up on their property. So they're going to take this and use it as all the YouTubers and the creators were threatening them when an actual business owner in Hendersonville told them that they couldn't set up on their property without asking and ask them to leave. Yeah. But anyway, they can keep trying to spin this narrative, but I was around, so I know what was happening. They said we have had plenty of these violent types slapped with restraining orders, thrown in jail, fired from their jobs, and many other consequences. To those who threaten, attacked, or threaten to attack, We have your voices recorded. We have you on surveillance videos. We have your vehicle information. We have your full arrest records. We will soon learn what happens when attacking the real Cajun Navy becomes more important to you than finding a missing child. Now, it seemed like y'all are the ones that's not concerned about finding the missing child because y'all the ones that has canceled the search 2 days in a row. Like 2 days in a row. Wait a minute. So let's go back to that one. And so of course people gonna go run with it. So this is them claiming they was getting threats.
The United Cajun Navy's search for missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was called off today, and this is due to security concerns. WSMV4 reached out and asked what, and we're told search volunteers had received death threats online and in person. They tell us they never dealt with these types of threats with the search. Meantime, during a recent interview with legal analysts and TV, Sebastian's mother and stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, revealed they've left their home in Hendersonville. Now, Chris said he was going back to work in Memphis, and Katie left to be with him. When Grace asked if she was concerned about not being home while the search is ongoing, Sebastian's mom said she was, and she left because she says her son could be anywhere.
You know, why would a mother say that her son could be in?
Now, this is new here on Extra. Chris Smelly, the former court.
Oh, look. I don't even know what that is. No. Let's see. Here it is. So, I'm not supposed to be up there. It says, due to increasingly security concerns and with the upcoming Easter holiday, just say y'all want to go home for Easter. Don't try to make it like y'all was getting threats and that's why y'all can't help search for Sebastian, because that is just retarded. The decision has been made as of this morning to pull back and regroup. Regroup with a whole child missing? Regroup? You regroup. Okay. The group also told USMV4 that this is the first time. Yeah, right. Not from the reviews I've read. Hold up. Let me make it bigger so we can really read more. Say, this is the first time they've dealt with threats while helping with the search. The decision was not taken lightly. Is made with the safety of all volunteers in mind. We want to thank all the volunteers that plan to be out searching today. We are very grateful. We will continue to evaluate the situation and support ongoing local efforts. In the meantime, this does not mean the search is over. Rogers, who's 15 years old and has autism, has been missing since February 26th. Exactly. So why would y'all stop the search? Even if y'all wanted to go and regroup, the volunteers still could have met up and did a search. They didn't need y'all. So for y'all to just say, oh, we're just calling up the search, that means so nobody can just search because y'all not here. We were searching before y'all got here. Y'all. And then this person right here. Shame on YouTubers JLR and Dolly who took the internet to bash United Cajun Navy. They are there to search for Sebastian. Should it? At both parents and the public's request. How dare you drive away volunteers with your propaganda because you all got turned away? That is not what happened. Cajun JLR was there at the striking spirit. Literally, he was there minutes after I left because I had to leave because I had to go get my baby boy and girl from school. He was there. And they told him he couldn't be there. He was like, why? He just was there, volunteering, whatever. So they told him if he didn't leave, they was going to call the police. They called law enforcement. 5 police cars came. Matter of fact, I can show you. I bet I could tell you. I don't got to make up no lies. I can show you. I bet I could tell you. 5 police cars came for JLR instead of them 5 police cars being out looking for Sebastian. or better yet, looking for Riley when he was missing. Let me see. Television, JLR. Yeah, I'm letting it all be shown that needs to be shown. Because people will run with the narratives. Where is it? And this is exclusive with Sebastian's dad, which is making me think maybe they know something. Like maybe they maybe he know that maybe somebody that Katie and Chris know has Sebastian. Not that one. Hold up, let me just go to this page. I was like, wow, I just was out there. But they let him go, of course, because he wasn't doing anything. There was one of these with him in a car. Because he had got out the car to let us see what was going on. Let's see. I'm supposed to be using the other computer, I know. No, it's not this one. So it's the one. Is it this one? I know I had watched it. I need to check my history. Is it right here? Yep. Here we go. Right here, y'all. I ain't got no lies to tell. I was like, wow. Y'all caught the police on this man? Why? Hold up.
I see you know how to get that far. You know what I'm talking about? You was looking at me like,
Yeah, I heard you. You talking about them and that music?
I said, yeah, they got the party. For the tone, they were tripping off of all the bands pulling up right there. I said, they don't know kick. So they do this shit every week. Tony was like, shit, what's up? Let's go to the party, let's go. I mean, what you gotta say?
Daddy,
Word.
can I get Mega Grossman?
he got JLR hemmed up. I don't know. I guess he's talking about to them about them saying people couldn't be over there like they own the property or something. You can see these are businesses. That's a healthcare place. That's a business over there. You don't own the parking lot. You can't have people harassing people, trying to throw them off a property that's not yours. So it's a little windy. But yeah, they did the thing today. They said trespassing, that you can't be over here, that it's private property. I mean, this is our one right here. So I mean, you can kind of be where it be. And this little book anyway. Take a little walk. Get away from the police for a minute. But they're just talking to JLR because, you know, he said, that's where the Cajun Navy is over there. Okay, you see the shopping center. JLR is right there. So, I mean, he ain't trespassing. You know? So,
he was not trespassing, right? They called 5 whole police cars on one person actually trying to help somebody look for their child. Like, what could they possibly told the police to make them send 5 police cars for one man?
Somebody called the JLR, so he was causing a disturbance. All right, guys, make sure y'all give this a like. I guess that the Cajun Navy called the police on JLR, said he was over there bothering people, but that's what they did to me too, and I wasn't bothering nobody. So
You're right, they did the same thing to him. He wasn't bothering nobody as well.
Maybe. Mama.
Yeah, the Cajun Navy just being assholes.
Maybe.
You know, they think, like, I don't know what they think. But if they want people to help, why do what they're doing, you know? Why be like that? Hendersonville police. So all right, so they like let it go. All right, JR. All right. Okay, JR. He's a free man. See, settings, camera. Yeah. Hold on. What? So they didn't lock up or they let him go. And the Cajun Navy is right over here saying, hey, if you go over there, you're trespassing. Okay? So I'm in a parking lot adjacent to the police on jail disturbance. They didn't know.
Right.
They don't there's like 1, 2 get a statement from JR. He just pulled off. He just left. He's right there. Now I bet he drives. It's not passing. I bet that's what they told him.
Because it's not trespassing.
Let's see where he goes.
Yeah, I wanted y'all to see a response on.
No, he turned. He didn't go over there. He drove by though. He drove.
For
absolute time, but he didn't quite go there. He bought him.
But for yeah, it just was crazy, right? It's a missing child and people doing things that just ridiculous. But we finna get into the mama and the daddy, the mom and the stepdad's interview on Nancy Grace. I didn't see their first interview. Let me see. Katie and Chris Proudfoot interview, because it seemed like they done. What happened? Hold up. Oh no. Katie and Chris Proudfoot. Okay. And this is the one I want to see. So we're gonna do the one 3 weeks ago, and then hold up. And I closed everything by mistake, y'all. Accidentally closed StreamYard over here. I do apologize. Okay. Share this screen. Share. Right here. So this was them 3 weeks ago, because like I said, I don't know what they've been saying, and we're gonna catch them up in all their lies, pretty much.
He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since then, authorities have searched by air, by foot, and on horseback.
Helicopters, drones, and dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke exclusively to our Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County. Holly, I imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
Certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is
Why she can't
strong
look
that
at
her
the
son
camera?
Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with
family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
We're gonna compare these
Pretty normal. He was
interviews
playing
and
in
their
his
body
room.
languages.
When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before.
Especially without no shoes on, as an autistic child, he sure isn't.
I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's
How
a
you
good
know he
kid.
walked out the door?
He's not.
How they know he walked out the door?
He's not a
How they know he
mischievous
didn't go out the
child by
window?
any means.
Kate and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I don't.
Yeah, they know
I
why.
haven't been able to figure it out. He's
Maybe Chris
that
taking his
morning he was
snake.
laughing,
Maybe
he was
Chris yelling
joking.
at him.
It's as if Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles logged by law enforcement, canines, helicopters, even dive teams, and no sign of him. Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
But this was 3 weeks ago, Lovelace. We're gonna compare the
don't quite
recent one, and then we'll let you give your opinion
I
on
wish
that.
people would step back, take a different, wide
And
open view.
he's the stepfather. He's
and
not the father.
assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have
Y'all have
anything that they
not been
want,
out
we have
searching.
provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
Now, Katie did tell me that even though Sebastian does have autism, he is a smart teenager. He is highly functional. They say if you see him, say his name, say Sebastian, and he'll respond. He'll at least acknowledge you. And I can tell you, this is my home. This is my community. And the people here are strong. They say they will continue to search. They will continue to hope and continue to pray for Sebastian's safe return. And by the way, you can watch my full exclusive interview with Sebastian's parents on our WSMV4 app. Live here in Hendersonville, Holly Thompson, WSMV4. Back.
Oh, the full interview. Okay.
Monday morning, 6 a.m. From everything we can tell, that is the moment that Sebastian's mom and stepdad realize he's gone. For just one moment, imagine that. You go in your child's room where you find your child every single school day morning and you wake them up but at 6 a.m., he's not there. Can you imagine what must have gone through their minds? First of all, I want you to hear what his bio mom, Katie Proudfoot, says. Listen.
When I woke him up for
Yeah,
school, he wasn't
lovely. I
there.
suspect
took a
her and
second to
him
walk
right
through the
there.
house
These
looking
two.
for him in case he'd
These
gotten up
two.
and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes.
Okay, well, we're
About
gonna let you continue to hear.
3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him.
Why'd you call your husband first and
He
not
said, what do you mean
911?
can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
Can't find him. Where is he? And in the last days, we learned that the official law enforcement search is actually scaling back. This as TikTokers and YouTubers are flooding the area, conducting their own searches. Listen to Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy, Sumner County Sheriff's.
Really wanted to come to the
She
community.
worked for Bricks Home Security, Lovelace, as an installer. You would think she would have the top of the notch system.
If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
We are trying to determine what happened when this
Nancy Grace ain't finna play no games with her.
autistic young boy seemingly walks out of his own home in the middle of the night, we think, barefoot. How did that happen? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. We've read a lot online. We've seen a lot of theories, a lot of speculation. But let's start with what we know to be true. Joining me right now, an all-star panel. But first, I'm going to go to two special guests joining us, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots, thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand
Let's pay attention to details, y'all.
Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a quote colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m. you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says okay, he goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time as we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
Right.
I
That's how I
was,
know she the one that done
in Memphis,
something, and
Tennessee.
he's covering it up.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone.
Okay, so
ever
job
since
up in the
Sebastian
air.
went
Remember
missing.
that.
So I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house.
So listen,
Master bedroom's
Sebastian's
on
room on
one
the
side, and
opposite
the other 2
end.
bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
So the other 2
Okay,
bedrooms
so
on one side and the
your
master on
master
the other.
bedroom is on one side of the house and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have a 3rd bedroom that I believe you keep for your other daughter. Is that correct?
For the daughter that ain't
Yes,
never
ma'am.
coming because the mama got a case on you. Boy, stop.
Is that Faith? Is your other daughter named Faith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where is Faith's bedroom as it
So
relates to
aggressive,
Sebastian's
whiny.
bedroom?
It's in the back side of the house. Sebastian's bedroom is
So
on the
it's
front side of the house.
okay. So
But I
his
thought they was on the
bedroom
same
is
side,
away
pretty
from Faith's
close.
bedroom and away from your master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is
How? When both
Sebastian's
rooms was
room on
on
a
one
top
side.
floor or a ground level?
We have a ranch style house. It's a 1.5 story. So everything's flat, and then you have the bonus room above the garage.
Okay. So his is on ground floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember I
That
rode past
morning,
these
was
people's
there any
house
sign
numerous
of
times.
a
They got
break-in through a
cameras and
window, a
floodlights.
front door, a back door, a sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
Sebastian.
I want to circle back to Sebastian.
How about
She's regarding
Sebastian?
if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a ring
How
doorbell
are
cam?
you? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
No, ma'am.
Hold up. How are you a whole Brink security installer with a company van that sit in your yard, which means you have some type of position and you don't have no security? Yeah, I believe in it. That's like me being a travel agent and I don't have a travel business. Like how am I sharing with you about being a travel agent and I don't even have it? Like how do I know about it? This lady lying. They definitely got a security system. Like what a security system at and you work for them? I'm sure they offer y'all free security system. Why you don't have security on the house with the autistic child? Exactly. Like what? My ex told me to get a Simply Save and however it pronounced because you don't like the ring cams. Like I think I'm just saying she worked for them. I wouldn't say she just supposed to have one. I mean, everybody don't have security cameras. Everybody don't have ring cameras. But I'm saying she worked for them as an installer. The whole van is in her yard right now. Been there since Sebastian been missing. Like what? Lazy A parents, people say we have to make these kids with no responsibility in raising them. My mama won't like that. Like a $650,000 home in a dark neighborhood and no security liar. She said something about Sebastian not knowing the code. Oh, I remember. Nancy called them all up. She said they didn't have no security. But then when Nancy asked something about would Sebastian know the code, she was like, yeah, he would know the code. I thought it was no security. See? You own it, Wayne. You own it. Yes, let's get back into this.
Okay. Have the two of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand.
That's why you need one. We don't know why you was there.
I did.
Those questions out of the way. Was Faith in the home when Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a key to your home beside your immediate family?
No.
No, ma'am.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
Let's listen.
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my husband on the phone. I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed, and that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
You didn't go check on Sebastian?
Where do they sleep?
They have a big pen.
A pen, is it inside or outside?
If you was up, you should have went and checked on Sebastian.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our
They
house.
do.
Did they activate
saw
that
lights
night?
when I was there.
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were
but
they
they're not
on that
motion
night?
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were
Why?
out.
Why wouldn't your
the whole night?
floodlights be on?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
Well, they sure was on when I was at your home.
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
And it was
Just
daylight.
my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
Who's that?
There's two lights on the side of the house
She's
above the
lying.
garage that are on
I'm
at all
gonna
times.
show y'all where they lights on in the daylight, which means they was
There's a
on
light
at night.
above the garage. It's on at all times.
There's two. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So those lights were on.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I heard you say earlier, Mr. Proudfoot, that your neighbors have been very, very forthcoming with their Ring camera info. And I was trying to determine if any lights were on, what, if anything, they may have caught. But I understand from your previous interviews that nothing of any evidentiary value was caught. And also, in another statement you gave, I understand that the video of the two flashlights, and I'm saying that with air quotes, that's not exactly what that was at all. We now don't believe that two flashlights were observed around your home. Is that correct?
You're very correct.
Okay. Question regarding your vehicles.
So now they're saying it
Ms.
wasn't two
Proudfoot,
flashlights
what
by the home,
make
and
and
I'm gonna
model
show
do you
y'all that
drive?
video. Hold up.
I drive a
Okay, Lovelace, to answer your question, could he be at the daddy's house? Well, the dad has been out with the volunteers since February the 26th, searching day in and day out for his son. I haven't showed you the dad yet, but yeah. So he's definitely not with the dad. The dad is either a correctional officer or law enforcement some kind of way, and he's been out searching for his son day in and day out. I'm gonna show y'all his stuff too, but I want to show y'all them first because they're the ones that I'm suspecting. She's the one that was there. I honestly feel like she did something to him, because the stuff she's saying is gonna contradict itself, and y'all gonna hear in a minute. That's why I'm here taking notes like I'm Nancy Grace, because I already know the lies that she's told. Like, if you said you was on the phone with Chris for 3 hours, so Chris didn't hear you because she claimed she heard a loud thud in Sebastian's room. She asked him what was he doing. He's supposed to be in bed. He was like, "Oh, nothing, Mom. I'm going to bed." You didn't go check on him. Chris didn't hear you say there was a loud thud. Like, So were you really on the phone with Chris? Was Sebastian even really there at the time? Because there is video of him leaving BJ's, the Strike and Spare, and even Texas Roadhouse, but there's no video of him coming home. So it seemed like you gave him a whole day of fun. You took him to BJ's to get ice cream and all this kind of stuff. You took him to the Strike and Spare. You know, that's what we want for Shiloh birthday. So you can skate there. You can do bumper cars, laser tag, bowling, eat pizza, all type of stuff there. And then Texas Roadhouse for a big dinner. Like, why is he getting all these outings, all this at once? It just seemed odd. But yeah, so yeah, he's definitely not with the dad Lovelace. Yeah. If he is, then the dad a good actor being out every day searching for his son.
Infinity SUV.
Year?
2017.
The same Infinity
And
SUV
sir,
that was
what do you
chasing people
drive?
around the neighborhood. Chris'
I drive
parents.
a diesel truck, Chevrolet.
Year?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it's a 2021.
You know what year that truck is.
So your Infinity SUV was parked in the garage or outside the garage that night, Miss Proudfoot?
In the garage.
In the garage. And Mr. Proudfoot, your vehicle was on location in Memphis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's only one car
location
at the
with
home. Is
Sebastian
that right?
in it, maybe?
There was actually a work vehicle in the driveway at the time as well, but it hasn't moved. We can't give out that information because we don't have permission from her work.
Oh,
I don't
work
understand that.
vehicle, the
What?
Bricks Home Security.
About the make and model of the vehicle.
I have a work van that was also parked in the driveway.
Why is that?
Listen to this, y'all.
If it's out in the driveway where people can see it, why is that privileged information?
We just don't have permission from her company to divulge that information.
Have you asked?
No, ma'am, we have
That
not.
don't even make sense.
Nobody's asked us
So
that
that
question.
was-
to be honest with you.
Okay. So you have a work van. Question to you, Miss Proudfoot, what do you do for a living?
I am an installation technician.
Right. Bricks Home Security. Lady, tell her you install securities.
Was the
Don't
work
talk about I'm
van
an installation
blocking your
technician. Of what?
driveway? Could someone go in and out of your driveway?
The van is parked at the back of my driveway, so someone can pull in, yes.
Got it. Do you park your Infinity SUV in the garage or outside the garage?
In the garage.
In the garage. Do you have an automatic garage door?
With the clicker.
Okay, listen
Right.
to this part.
Do you leave that up or down at night?
Down.
Could anybody lift it up? Like, is there an on and off button outside, or do you have to know a code or have the clicker to open it?
You'd have to know the code or have the clicker.
Does Sebastian know the code?
Not to the garage door, but to the man doors.
Not to the garage door, but to the house doors?
The regular door, yes.
So is there a code to get in your home, or do you use a regular key?
There's a code.
And he knows that code.
So a code to
ma'am.
get in the home, but no security.
Question. I'm just trying to figure out how he would have gotten out, or if somebody came into the home. Could they have gotten through the garage door? No, unless they know the code or had the clicker, which they did not. Do you lock your doors at night?
Yes, ma'am.
Could he have left on his own through those doors?
He could, yes, ma'am.
But I heard in another interview where Mr. Proudfoot said he was not a, quote, wanderer. He didn't wander around. He had never left the home before on his own. Is
He
that right?
definitely wasn't gonna leave without no shoes
Correct.
on
We
as an
haven't had issues
autistic
with him
child. I don't know how
running
many times
or
I have to say that.
taking off in the past.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of questions regarding the doors. Do you have any home surveillance, anything at all that would have given us an idea or a clue if the door had been opened or not, or a window?
Not directly from our house.
Well, then from where?
That's what we were hoping, that neighborhood ring cameras.
Here go her work
may
van,
have
y'all,
picked
and the
something
lights
up.
are on at the house, and they
Gotcha.
have
I want
floodlights.
to go back to that night. You said you were up till midnight. You were reading something. What were you reading?
A chapter for school.
A chapter for school. Are you in school?
I was, yes, ma'am. I've since dropped my classes for the time.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Gotcha. Where do you go to school?
DeVry.
So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night, because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Let's listen to
Around
this.
10 o'clock.
10 p.m. What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
A thud. You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there. Go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.
So
Yes,
why you
ma'am.
didn't just go check?
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
I do not know.
If he were to go out his window, what would he step on?
Mulch and bushes.
He
Did
definitely
you
ain't
say
doing that as an
mulch or
autistic child
mush?
barefooted.
Mulch.
Mulch.
Mulch. Okay. Got it. Has he ever gone out the window before?
No, ma'am.
Is his room on the front of the house or the back of the house?
Front.
Front. Do any of your neighbors' ring cams point toward your house? Could they pick that up?
They do, but it's so dark that they can only see it after it gets so dark at night.
I
they
have
can
a
only
text
see
from a
certain
neighbor
things
that
where
said
there's
they
light.
saw another body figure in their living
I thought there were
room
the two
area.
lights on.
On the opposite side of the house.
Okay. Can we talk about Sebastian's shoes? Why are you convinced Sebastian left without shoes on? Or are you?
Well, the reason that came about is because all of his shoes are accounted for inside the house still.
Are you positive?
I'm positive.
How do you know what clothes he was wearing?
The clothes that we described are the ones I saw him in when he went to bed.
That morning, you woke up at 6 o'clock. Is that the normal time you wake up?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a heavy sleeper?
Off and on.
Do you take any medication at night that would make you sleep?
No, ma'am.
But you heard nothing.
I did not know.
So we know he is alive and well at 10 p.m. At 6 a.m. He's gone. You say he's never left before. Is that right?
Correct. He's never run off before.
They don't have
And
a camera.
can
She
I
said
confirm where
it's too
was
dark for
his
the
bio
neighbors to
dad
see it, Miss
at
J.
the time he went missing?
I believe he was at work in Nashville.
Had there
His
been
dad was
any
definitely at
family
work.
argument or
Confirmed.
altercation prior to him going missing?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Proudfoot,
She's
when did you
lying.
leave town?
Early February.
So you had been gone
Okay, so first he left
for
early
days
February.
before he went
Listen,
missing. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Had you visited home since you left?
You said from when I initially left?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I came home February 26th, the morning I was told that he was missing.
ain't no way.
From
I
the
don't
time that
believe
you
it.
left for the job in Memphis to February 26th, did you visit the home?
Yes, ma'am.
You just
When?
said you didn't, though.
I was home. I can't give exact dates. Law enforcement has told me not to provide exact dates, but I had been home multiple times prior to February. And then I left early February and then didn't come back till February 26th, the morning he was missing.
Why would law enforcement?
You were not home from the time you left early February till Feb 26. Is that right?
Correct, ma'am.
Where were you living in Memphis?
I have an RV trailer that I stay in at an RV park.
RV park. Okay. Following back up on that morning, you search the home, Miss Proudfoot. Then you get in your vehicle and you start searching. Did Sebastian know how to drive?
So she was too hysterical to call the police when she could get in
Was
the
your
car and
car in the
drive.
same location when you woke up that morning as it was the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
Has your car been searched by police?
Multiple times. Yes, ma'am.
Have scent dogs looked at your car?
Yes, ma'am.
So your car's in the same place. You get in the car, you start looking in the neighborhood for him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you call Mr. Proud.
Let's pause it again. He wasn't at a hospital, Miss J. He was at BJ's, which is a store. And then he was at the Strike and Spare bowling alley, and then she took him to Texas Roadhouse. He's homeschooled, so I don't think he attends school. And I think it's because he was taken out of school because he went to school and told the school that Chris had hit him with a belt. And CPS was called and all that. So that's why I don't get it. And then his father was getting custody of him in June after school ended. So why just not give him to his father now? Like, if you couldn't control him and handle him, you could have just gave him to his dad. Because I'm telling y'all, they are involved. They are involved. And we definitely call him in a lie again, Wayne. At first he said he left early February. Then he said he hadn't been back since February the 26th. Then he turned around and said he had been back, but police told him not to give exact dates. This sounds stupid. Do he think we dumb? I'm about to still love your channel. Thank you. Like, do he think we dumb? They told me not to give it. That's why you need to be giving exact dates, so we know you not lying. And then let me show you these messages from her neighbor. That tells a whole different story from what she just said. Y'all heard what she said. She said she woke up, she couldn't find him. She called her husband. It was like, I can't find Sebastian, blah, 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 blah. The neighbor said, matter of fact, I got it in my messages because I sent it to myself just so I could have it. Then we'll get back to Nancy.
Mom, I wish I could play some music for a living. Because I don't know what.
Okay, Janelle, hush.
And when I do, I'm like, DJ Janelle.
Okay, here it is right here. Right here. Okay. And I'm going to share it on the screen just so y'all know I ain't making up nothing. I ain't making up nothing. Janelle, close that, ma'am. They probably can't hear the music now with all that.
I don't know what that piece of that is. Can I say cut that?
Shh. Oh. Okay, y'all. So here it is. It says, can y'all see that? I'll make it as big as I can for y'all. Let's see, where should I put myself? We want it big. I want y'all to be able to read it. Okay, right here. Okay, this person is in the Sebastian Rogers case discussion group, one of the groups I'm in, and it's from a lady by Miss Bobby Corley. I won't even try to pronounce her last name. Girl, you don't know how to say it. I was told. I already said that. That is not her last name. This. Okay, goodbye. I was told by a close by neighbor that morning she saw Katie outside with police when she went to take her kids to school. She stopped and asked what happened. Katie told her she told them Sebastian. She told Sebastian to go to bed around 9. She fell asleep on the couch, never mentioned the conversation between her and Chris, woke up around 11:30, went in to check on Sebastian, which she previously said she didn't do anymore now that he's older. He must have been awake because his light was on, according to this neighbor's ring camera. She said she told Sebastian to go to bed. He had to get up the next morning. She walks across her house to go to her room to go to bed. As she's walking through the kitchen, she hears a loud noise. She yells back at Sebastian, asking him what was that. He says, "Nothing, Mom. Go to bed." So she does. According to their neighbor close to them, their ring camera shows the lights going on and off because it's so dark. This neighbor also mentions seeing a silhouette in the front room, possibly dining room window, for a couple of minutes. Then all of a sudden goes off. Neither Chris nor Katie have ever mentioned any of that. Yes. Yeah, I want y'all to see that. Because nope, they haven't. They didn't. And then there was another message. Is it this one? I think this is Sebastian's Seth's mother. This is Sebastian's grandmother. She wrote this, and then we'll get back into that interview. She said, "I first and foremost want to thank everyone for their prayers, and especially to those who have put boots on the ground looking for my grandson. I see a lot of people thinking that things have been manipulated and feeling sorry for the mother and stepdad. The biggest manipulator of information in this whole scenario is Chris Proudfoot. He accuses YouTubers of manipulating info. Well, he's the biggest spinner of all. He thinks there's 3 sides to every truth. No, there's not 3 sides to every truth. There's 3 sides to every story, but only 1 side to the truth. I am so frustrated and so angry. I spoke to my grandson at least 2 times a month and many times in between. He told me a lot of things that I'm sure Chris Proudfoot does not want me to put out there. I have not spoken to TBI at this point. However, I think this will change this week if info is not provided that brings my grandson home. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth needs to be put out there. When you tell the truth, the whole truth, stories can't change timeline. Don't change facts come out. If you want to feel sorry, excuse me, or sad or bad for someone, think about Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers. Sebastian is his whole life, his reason for being, and maybe you should look into the Katie background and her family and her history of making fun, manipulation people to do her bidding. I think you'll find some interesting facts will come out. For now, please just keep Sebastian's name out there, and please help me. Help me find my grandson. His dad is beside himself and needs some closure.
What is that?
He needs to find his son, whether he's dead or alive. So back to this interview, y'all.
Proudfoot, right?
I believe I was already on the phone with him at that point.
Okay. Question: who called 911?
I did.
You did.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
time?
Without looking at a call log, I can't give you the exact time, but on or about.
You want me to rewind? But yes, she did say after searching for Sebastian, she called her husband. She did.
And had you guys been talking on the phone before 6 a.m. or did you initially call Mr. Proudfoot at the time you realized Sebastian was gone?
I called him when I realized Sebastian was gone.
Have you guys been out looking for
See,
Sebastian?
she just said it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
They ain't been out with the volunteers or the dad.
We're
Except
given
Chris went
information
out
that
one
you guys
time.
have left the home. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I'm going back to work.
You're going back to work. What about you, Miss Proudfoot?
But I thought he said his job was in the air, up in the air, y'all.
Did you leave the home also, Miss Proudfoot?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
Okay.
But
when
why
will
would you
be
leave?
back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you concerned about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
Then why would
Then
you
why are
leave?
you going?
See?
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and
We
anywhere.
know. Because y'all took him wherever he's at.
I've got a question for you.
Yes,
I want
ma'am.
to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot.
one-
To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what
It's a
happened?
lie, y'all. That was not several years ago.
Oh,
Because
I'm
watch,
sorry.
she
I
finna say
misunderstood.
when
I
a
thought you would ask
15-year-old,
Kate.
listen, Sebastian is 15 now. So how was
Sebastian
it
gotten in trouble?
years ago?
Got caught lying, and I had asked him. I said, "Hey, you got to have a punishment for this." He says, "Yes, sir." And I said, "Okay." So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
Well, the story that I was told was Sebastian forgot to put his belt on. So Chris told him, well, since you forgot your belt, go get a belt. And he beat him with the belt since Sebastian forgot to put his belt on. That's what I heard, allegedly. So, and he seemed like the type, oh, you forgot your belt, go get the belt so I can hit you with it. And then Sebastian went to the school and told the school. So watch what he say. When a 15-year-old gets in trouble, he's 15 now. But Katie said this happened several years ago. Several means 4 years or more. So he hit him at 7 for forgetting a belt. 8. I'm just asking. Yeah, keep letting them trip up, Nancy. Keep letting them trip up. They need to be checking the RV park in Mississippi that they so rude at they tell you don't be recording. When we out there trying to look for some people out there trying to help look for Sebastian. All the flyers that was out there, I only saw 2 of them was all folded up, wrinkled up. His face so small on the flyers. You can't even see him. Like, I got these big old flyers. Like, his face needs to be seen. And I've been making my own flyers at home. And they have his weight as 120. He's definitely not 120. He's every bit of 110, 105, if that. But yeah. Y'all. There's a lake in RV Park where they work. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Lake Lemire. And CJ and some of his people was down there yesterday. I wish I could have been down there, but I didn't have no ride. But if I had a ride, I would have went down. I would have drove them 3 hours to help search, because from all the information that we've been getting, and she's talking about, I'm leaving because my son could be anywhere. Right. Are y'all going to go move the corpse, allegedly? Like, what you know? How you know he could be anywhere? And Chris talked the whole time like she ain't even talking a lot. Right. Why are you spanking an autistic child? Because he forgot his belt. My children not autistic and they surely forget stuff all the time. I'm not over here beating them with belts.
No.
Hold on, my son aggravating his sister. Hello, steady grinding. I don't care nothing about no bill. My child is missing, and I leave the city to go back with my husband because he going to work. Girl, right? And then they lied and talking about they in Memphis. Come to find out they in Mississippi, and Mississippi don't extradite, which means if Tennessee does decide to say, okay, we want to arrest them, they in Mississippi, and the Mississippi don't have to send them back. Like no. And it's only 3 states out of the 50 states that is like that. Mississippi, South Carolina, and hold up, let me let y'all know so y'all know. Don't go out here committing crimes and trying to go to these states. What states don't extradite?
What is that? Can you take me over there to the party? I want to be the DJ.
Florida, Hawaii, Alaska, and then well, it say, however, even these states, along with others, will extradite for serious crimes such as murder. So we'll see. But when I looked up, but that was in 2010. Does Mississippi extradite? I want y'all to see it. It says, however, there are certain states that have chosen not to sign the UCEA, and as a result, they do not adhere to the extradition provisions. South Carolina, Louisiana, and Mississippi are the states that have not signed the UCEA, making them non-extradition states. And they are at an RV park called Yogi Bear in Mississippi.
What music is that?
Right. Bless my heart. I got a house full.
I want to be the DJ. I want to be the DJ.
To work in the whole nother city. He worked 3+ hours away. Like, why you work so far? You really don't want to be around that boy. And I ain't seen not one picture of him and Sebastian together. And him and Katie been together for about 8 years. Because if I'm mistaken, I think him and Katie was dating when the other previous wife was pregnant. And Chris didn't want her to have a baby and wanted her to have an abortion. But when she decided she didn't want to have it, so she ended up leaving and having the baby on her own. And then he showed up at the hospital yelling and screaming at her, where they told him that if you keep on doing this, we're going to have to put you out of here and call Child Protective Services, and which they end up having to do because he kept on yelling at her after she delivered a whole human that's yours, even though you told her you don't want no children. Yours, you treating her this way. So yeah, y'all, she got away, and now he fighting for custody for a daughter that he didn't want. That makes absolutely no sense to me. You didn't want this daughter. You know she wanted this daughter, so you fighting for custody to get her daughter to be vindictive, to take her daughter away from her, and you don't even want her. And then now all of a sudden Sebastian is missing. Oh, I would be worried about my daughter coming to be anywhere around you until this case is solved. Shoot.
You just like your mama.
My boss, I ask you kindly don't make me through the phone. I need my phone. I'm sorry, Love Lace. I'm sorry.
Mama, you just like your mama.
They gonna get them. They gonna get them. What I teach you, Holly Irish, tell me. I like to know. I just be throwing stuff out there, not, but because I like to educate on whatever. Just y'all talking about the states that don't extradite. Yeah. You got to research. You just can't be out here just saying stuff. I don't say stuff without looking it up myself, because I gotta, I can't. Yeah.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school, because that's the majority.
You know what he lied about. Quit lying. If it was only one time, you definitely should know what he lied about.
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
Sure did, Wayne.
He has a
Why?
hard time
To get out of going to court.
properly socially like, blending in with students. So it's a little. He's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close, and then kids don't really accept that too much. So it kind of
Children do that. Period. Autistic or not.
But he'll not stop, and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. Like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
We're lying about doing
Was that the first time? Was that the first time?
What
you
is
had ever hit
smiling?
him
Why he
with a belt?
smiling?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
So why
When
you don't
was
remember
this?
what you hit him for then, if that's the only time?
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
One.
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS.
He
a
said
Child
several,
Protective
which is 4.
Services
He said
complaint.
3.
How were they
That-
alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
Yes,
There were
it
other CPS
did.
reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
He must think Nancy
There
don't
is
know her
one
stuff.
in regards to my daughter that I know of out in New Mexico with my ex-wife and myself.
What happened?
At the time, my ex-wife had fled to New Mexico with my daughter. We were going through a custody and a divorce case at that time. And at the time, when I'd call and try to check in on my daughter, I could never reach my ex-wife at that time. So a welfare check was requested. Law enforcement told me to call CPS if I had concerns. So I called CPS. Law enforcement did make a welfare call, and that was it.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
Exactly.
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there
Yes,
right now in
you
regards
do.
to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
Then was there
Yes, it
even
do.
a
The way you
CPS
treated your
complaint
ex-wife
against you
does.
in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself are well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
You do have a
Was there a
CPS
TRO
case
taken
in New
out against
Mexico.
you regarding
Yes, ma'am.
your daughter?
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
I'm so sick of him.
A temporary protective
Okay.
order. Why was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went to court, that got dissolved.
Why?
I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
That is not what happened. And
Is
y'all
it
gonna
still in
hear from
place?
the ex-wife.
No, ma'am, that was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
He is a liar, y'all. They had court the Tuesday
I got a
after
question
Sebastian
about the
went
belt
missing. And he
incident. You're
tried to.
telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
Yeah, right. You hit an autistic child with a
Question.
bell when he wouldn't have told the school.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding Faith's furniture.
Yes,
A few
ma'am.
days after Sebastian goes missing, did you replace furniture in Faith's room?
No, ma'am, I have not replaced any furniture in my daughter's room.
Is there any new furniture in the home?
Yes, ma'am, there's a bed that was given to me, and it's currently in my garage.
Has anything been taken out of the home?
No, ma'am.
Sebastian.
I was curious about a statement that Miss Proudfoot made earlier that canine dogs hit on the barn
Right.
around the home and near a retention pond. Did that happen?
I'm not sure about the barn, but the retention pond, yes.
Because law enforcement says the dogs
Well,
did
obviously
not
she don't
hit.
care about her baby missing love
But Miss
like
There's been
Proudfoot
a-
says they did hit around the retention pond.
So there's been a lot of miscommunication in regards to what is and what is not. To help clear that up, law enforcement has actually spoken directly with me, showed me a few things. What I can tell you is from day one, there was 5 dogs that started the scent for the search. And then after that, from the next 8 days out
the
from that,
dogs
there's
hit
been
on a
dogs
bag
from
of
all
bones that
over
I
the
saw.
country that have come in and done searches and had scent hits in various locations. But I would say a certain percentage of them tend to go toward the same spot, which would have been a retention pond.
So the law enforcement dogs did not hit on the retention pond. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they did. There was at least 3 that I know for a fact that did hit on the retention pond.
And the pond
Right.
has been drained, correct? And there was nothing there.
Yes, ma'am. They have walked it, drained it, and there's nothing. The retention pond was only knee deep anyways.
On one occasion, Mr. Proudfoot, you stated that
You
you
know
and
how
Mrs.
deep it
Proudfoot
is,
have
huh?
been, quote, vetted and cleared of foul play. That was stated on Chronicles
No.
of Olivia. Is that true? What do you mean by that?
Yes. So after working with law enforcement of all agencies, they have actually told us that there is no foul play, no nefarious issues. We've been cleared of all
What?
wrongdoing. We are working extremely cooperative with all
If
law
he don't
enforcement
stop, y'all,
agencies.
he's a
At any point in time,
LIAR,
they've called, come to the house,
a
anything.
liar.
Was
He has
Sebastian
not been cleared
angry
of nothing.
or upset before he disappeared?
No, ma'am.
Not to my knowledge.
What is your theory about where is Sebastian?
I wish I knew where he was, to be honest.
Your theory.
I think it's possible that someone has my son.
Why?
But now she thinks
Because I
somebody
feel
has
like
her
if he
son.
had been close to the house or had walked off, that we would found him by now with as many people as we had searching.
Have you
As
checked
we
his
had
social
searching,
media?
because y'all wasn't searching.
He doesn't have social media.
Have you checked his phone?
His phone has been thoroughly checked. Yes, ma'am.
Have you handed your phones to police, both of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Has police searched all of your devices, your laptop?
Why? Can they verify that they was on
your
the phone for 3
iPad,
hours?
everything?
Everything.
They
Yes,
know
ma'am.
where that baby. They do.
Other than you, Miss Proudfoot, who is the last person that saw or heard Sebastian alive the Sunday before he went missing?
2 of his aunts, a cousin, and the staff where we had dinner.
And that was at BJ's the night before or the bowling alley?
So BJ's, and then we went to the bowling alley, and then after the bowling alley, we went to dinner before coming home.
My bad. I want the pause right there. And the reason I want the pause right there is because the auntie, and I'm going to show y'all that, has said that they did not go out to dinner with them. And even the daddy has now seen the footage of them at the Texas Roadhouse and wasn't nobody there but her and Sebastian. And then nobody get in their car but her and Sebastian. So why is she lying, talking about a cousin? Let's rewind that, who she said was there, because she's lying.
Where we had dinner.
And that was at BJ's the night before or the bowling alley?
Was it 2 of his aunts, a cousin, and
2
the
aunts.
staff where we had dinner?
And a cousin.
And that was at BJ's the night before or the bowling alley?
So BJ's, and then we went to the bowling alley, and then after the bowling alley, we went to dinner before coming home.
I want to follow up again on the dogs hitting. Earlier, Ms. Proudfoot had stated the dogs hit around the house, the barn, and at the retention pond. Is that correct?
I don't know about the barn, but I do know that they did track to the pond. Yes.
Did the dogs also hit around the house?
Yes, ma'am.
On the outside of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they scent dogs or cadaver dogs?
They brought in both cadaver and tracking dogs.
Which dog hit? A cadaver dog or a scent dog?
Scent dog.
It's all been scent dogs that have hit. The cadaver dogs have not hit on anything that we know of.
What do you believe Sebastian was wearing when he disappeared? And would that have been what he slept in?
Yes. So the clothes, the black sweatpants with the white stripes and the long sleeve black shirt, that is what he went to bed in. And the reason that
How
I
you
believe
know
he
you
was
didn't
still
go in there
wearing
and
those
check on
clothes
him when
is
you heard the
because when we
thud?
searched, I did not find those clothes in the house. So I have to assume that that's what he was still wearing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you say that's what he wore when he went to bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Joining us right now, in addition to Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot, the bio mom and stepdad of Sebastian, an all-star panel. First to Brian Trasher joining us, Vice President of the Cajun Navy, who has joined the search. Brian, thank you for being with us. Who asked you to join the search?
Well, we had deployed a team up to Nashville, Tennessee last week in response to the missing college student, Riley Strain. And we stayed up
Right.
there
That mind
until
definitely can
he
be a
was found.
handful, but
While
I ain't
we were in
gonna
the area, we had a lot of
do
people
nothing to
reaching
hurt
out
him.
to us on social media saying that there was a young boy who had been missing for several weeks that was only about 20 miles away from where we were. So we talked to a few people, got some information, and decided to deploy part of our team that was already up there to Sumter County to investigate and see what we could do to help out.
You went on your own. Were you asked to join?
We were asked to join. I'm not sure specifically who some of our people talk to, but we get requests all the time, and we'll reach out. We'll try to get either a family member or a close friend of the family, just so we know we're talking to people connected to the family. And somebody had reached out and asked us to join since we already had assets so close to Sumter County.
Tell me what you have been doing, Brian Trasher. Everyone with me, the VP of the Cajun Navy, who has joined in the search. You can find them at CajunNavyRelief.com.
Is this the Cajun Navy or the United Cajun Navy?
Just real for the United Cajun Navy, we're the original group that everybody hears about. There's other groups that use the Cajun Navy name to try to fundraise off of our efforts. Cajun Navy Relief is not affiliated with us at all. We are www.unitedcajunnavy.org. We're the original. We're the real ones.
Again.
Okay, so he said that originated the real ones. Okay, if someone has him, y'all. If someone has him, it could be maybe they had extra meds, like this was a planned thing, because the dad was supposed to be getting custody of him in June after school. And I think he was excited to be living with his dad in Nashville. So maybe they have extra meds, but I honestly don't think I think Katie did something and Chris is helping cover it up, or Chris egged her on to do something. When y'all find out what he did to his baby in a car seat that was just born, and to a 3-year-old and to a 7-year-old, then y'all gonna understand why I'm saying this. I've seen things that y'all probably haven't seen yet.
On the search.
So we've had a canine, our own canine team who was already participating in the search for Riley Strain up there searching around. We've talked with the lead investigator with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Agent Simmons. We've talked a lot with him and trying to coordinate efforts, because we always try to coordinate with law enforcement, make sure we're not getting in the way, duplicating efforts.
Christian never took his pet
putting out
snake
any,
right there. That
You know
obviously
what,
brings a
Mr.
smile to
Trasher,
his
let me
face,
just
as
cut the
y'all
chase
can.
here. Isn't it true that this weekend, pursuant to your search, that cadaver dogs hit in an area that had been closed off because of a prior hurricane, and it is on federal property? Bones and other items were found at that time. I found that very odd, as it would relate to Sebastian. Even if it was Sebastian, his body would not have
It
been
was really a
skeletonized at
tornado,
this
y'all.
time.
But she said
Can you tell
hurricane.
me
So keep
now
listening. She know
that
what she
what
doing.
was found over the weekend is not connected to Sebastian? Yes, no.
No.
Not
No,
connected to Sebastian.
That hit was, yeah, that's correct. That hit was not connected to Sebastian.
Okay. Joining me also, in addition to Brian Trasher, who has been leading the Cajun Navy in its search for Sebastian. Hold on, Brian. Other than those hits, have there been any other dog hits in and around the home or elsewhere?
Not from our K-9 team.
I'm very concerned, Brian, as you can imagine, because LA law enforcement has stated there were no canine hits outside the home, which I find very, very disturbing. Because if he had gone outside, particularly barefoot, there would definitely have been a scent trail. Now, we're hearing from the Proudfoots that there was a hit around that retention pond. How far is that pond from your home, Mr. Proudfoot?
Less than probably half a mile if you walk the whole path.
Is it through wooded area? Would he have
Yeah,
had
I
to
walked
walk
it
through
too.
the
I'll
woods
show
to
y'all
get there?
No, ma'am. You can actually walk either the main road or the subdivision. So the construction site is a subdivision, new addition that's being built, and they have a road that's going to be tied into our subdivision. So you could actually walk up that way, or you could walk to the main road and walk into it.
Did Sebastian ever sleepwalk?
No, ma'am.
So he would have had to leave the house undetected by Katie and walk all the way to that retention pond. Did the dogs follow the trail a half a mile?
Yes, ma'am.
They followed the trail all the way to that retention pond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That's very curious, as they are saying the dogs didn't pick anything up. Back to you, Brian Trasher. Did you guys search anywhere other than that federal property where the false positive was? Yes, no.
No.
At the Rockland
Joining me is
Park.
Courtney Lasky, high-profile behavior analyst, autism
That's
expert,
what we have our
chief
church
clinical
picnic
officer with Little Starts Therapy. Courtney, thank you for being with us. At this juncture, we know Sebastian to be most likely with people he doesn't know, if in fact he is still alive. How would that affect a young boy with autism?
It would affect him greatly. Based on the diagnosis of autism, we know that they typically have deficits with communication, social skills, and they display some rigid and repetitive behaviors. If, in fact, he is with someone else who does not know him well, that would be entirely out of his routine. He could be engaging in behaviors
Exactly, love. That's what did they smell?
He could be looking for an escape. He could be looking to get out of those aversive situations. We know that not every autistic individual will wander, but those who do wander, 36%, it's to get out of an aversive situation. It's to get away from something that's overwhelming or overstimulating to them.
Ms. Proudfoot, does he know your phone number? Can he call you if he could get access to a phone?
We have gone over my phone number. I don't know that in a high stress time he would remember it, but yes, I have taught him my phone number.
Was he ever allowed to go visit friends' homes?
He didn't get invited, but had he been, yes, we have had play dates in the past.
Would he go there on foot?
No, ma'am.
Girl.
Joining me now is Lauren Conlon, investigative journalist, host of the Outlier podcast, host of Corruption, What Happened to Grant Solomon. And you can find her at laurenconlon.com. Lauren, thank you so much for being with us. What can you tell me about that stretch of road, if anything, between Sebastian's home and that retention pond?
Well, look, Nancy, I mean, I think like everything else about this case, it is very confusing because the public hasn't heard much from the police. We haven't heard much from the Proudfoots, obviously, when it comes to that, or Seth Rogers. And now I'm learning a lot here as I hear Chris Proudfoot say, okay, we can't speak about this because of law enforcement. And now with the Cajun Navy coming in, I think a lot of us are very excited that they are going to basically canvass this road. And they are actually telling civilians to hang back. Nobody needs to search this anymore. You need to stop. You need to stop helping and let us work with law enforcement and take over. Now, I called the Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday because of all the misinformation going around. And I got to be honest with you, they didn't even know what was going on with this road, with the recreation search. They were either very elusive or they were very confused. But either way, it's very concerning because
he wasn't taking care of the snake like he needed
as well
to.
as myself, I don't live in Tennessee. I cover a lot of Tennessee. We are very concerned for Sebastian. We are very concerned. And so,
okay, so let me just stop you right there, Ms. Conlon. Ms. Conlon, everyone is concerned, but let me remind everyone that law enforcement is under no duty at all to tell us or anybody else, including the Proudfoots, anything. They are not representing the Proudfoots. They are representing justice. And they will do what they have to do. The fact that they're not giving us a blow by blow is their business. Does it mean they're stymied? I don't know. Does it mean they know more than we think they do? I don't know the answer to that. But just because they're not releasing an ongoing investigative file is not a concern to me. At this juncture, I'm collecting facts in the best way I know how. Now, regarding that route from the Proudfoot home to the retention pond, is it your understanding, Lauren Conlon, that there were no hits?
Now, love, like what I was saying about the snake is, you know how autistic children are in a routine, and you know when they have something that they love and admire and it's taken from them. He had a pet snake that Chris took from him. So I'm wondering what effect that had on him. You saw how his face was lit up in that picture with that snake on his arm. So I'm just trying to figure out what was his state of mind. What was he feeling once the snake was taken, especially if he didn't understand why the snake was being taken.
By scent or cadaver dogs along that route.
Correct, Nancy. It is my understanding there were no hits from the dogs.
It is very confusing. It's confusing. You know, sometimes, Lauren, when we try to put together a puzzle, but we're missing a few pieces and we don't know what piece we're missing, you can't put the puzzle together. We're missing things from this puzzle. And right now, I'm on a fact-finding mission. I am pointing the finger at no one because I want to find Sebastian. I want to go to Dr. Jory Crossan joining me. And guys, again, please, Proudfoots, Trasher, Lasky, Conlon, jump in if you have a thought or you want to contradict, because a lot of this is elusive. We don't know everything. To you, Jory Crossan, joining us, former law enforcement, now faculty, St. Leo University, very well-known psychologist and author of Operation SOS. You can find him at drjory.com. Dr. Jory, thank you for being with us. Many people have made much of the fact that when interviewed, the Proudfoots do not look at the camera. They look away, they don't cry, and they don't seem upset. Now, that may or may not
interrupting
mean anything. People can be very upset, crying, screaming, cursing. They may show no emotion at all. They may be numb by the time interviews are happening.
Yeah, it's
I'm
possible.
very different. When I talk about my fiance's murder or I talk about my dad's death, I still cry, even when I swear I'm not going to. But everyone reacts differently. I'm going to throw this directly to Mr. and Mrs.
I agree.
Proudfoot. Much has been made. I'll ask you. You very often look away, don't look at who's asking you questions, show no emotion. Much has been made of that. And I'd like to hear your response. I'm not judging one way or the other. I'd like to hear your response.
I don't
So
know,
the fact of
PK,
not looking
but
at the camera all the time is
when
because
y'all
the
hear what
picture
the
of my
dad
son is
said,
sitting beside
we
me,
may
and
have
I'm
some
honestly
hope.
I'm looking at him. As far as the crying thing, I have been crying
Really?
off and on nonstop for a month.
So what Chris looking at? If you looking at a picture of Sebastian, hold up. I
Many
interrupted her.
people
Let me
have
let y'all hear her. I'm
Thinking,
sorry.
I have been crying off and on nonstop for a month.
Many people have asked me, why did Miss Proudfoot not call 911 immediately? And here's your chance to answer that.
Because by the time I realized my son was missing and I called my husband, at that point I was hysterical. I was at the point where I couldn't even form words anymore, and my husband is the one who remained calm enough to call them.
And to be honest
I'm
with you, Miss
very
Grace, the way we live outside of city limits, so you don't call 911 because you get routed to a dispatching hub who asks what's your location, and then they route you to another dispatcher to talk to give this story. I cut all of that out and I called straight to the sheriff's department because they have jurisdiction of where we live. So sorry that I decided to bypass a few steps and go straight to the source, where they responded within 10 minutes of the phone call being made.
Miss Proudfoot, that evening, were you drinking?
No, ma'am.
Had you used any type of drug at all, even OTC, over the counter?
No, ma'am.
And you had no argument with Sebastian that night?
No, ma'am.
You stated you put the dogs away into a crate before you went to bed. Is the crate located near the exit, near a door?
No, ma'am.
Would the dogs have barked if there had been an intruder or if Sebastian had left?
The dogs don't typically bark at me and Sebastian because they're used to us. Even if we get up, we come around, they don't typically bark. Strangers, they do tend to bark, at least for a minute or two to get attention. But no, ma'am, they don't typically bark at Sebastian and myself or Christopher.
What kind of dogs are they?
Morkies.
Question, where is their crate located?
In the area near my sunroom.
Over by the
In
kitchen.
your son's, okay, hold on. Is
No,
it
son,
outside
not
your
son.
son's room?
No, ma'am, not
Sunroom.
Sebastian's room. Son, yeah, yes, ma'am.
The sunroom. And that's not near the door?
By the sunroom.
No, ma'am.
Not near the front door.
It's near my back door, but not any of the other doors.
Yes, from what I've seen, the layout of the home, it is near the back door, and they would have heard someone coming in and out that back door, correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
No barking. Do you have a chime or anything on your doors that would alert you to the door opening?
No, ma'am.
Miss Grace, could I jump
Question.
in for something?
Yes, please. And I want to follow up with a question
Yes.
regarding Miss Proudfoot's polygraph. But please, Lauren, jump in. Everybody on the
Thank you.
panel. Now is the time to ask the Proudfoots any question
Listen,
that may shed
y'all.
light on what has happened to Sebastian. We are not in a judging arena. We are in a fact-finding arena. We can then assimilate the facts and make deductions. Please jump in. Lauren Conlon is
Yes.
joining me. You can find her at Lauren Emily Conlon. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And now this might be for Brian as well. Yesterday, when the dogs hit and everybody's going crazy, YouTubers, internet, TikTokers, and we figure out it's not Sebastian and police are not involved, the TBI is not involved. Did you call the Proudfoots and let them know that this was not Sebastian? Did you tell them ahead of time that you were searching these areas? Did they know what you were doing, or was this specifically just through Seth Rogers?
Yeah, so Seth Rogers is Sebastian's biological father, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
he was there, and as Ms. Grace alluded to earlier, it would not have been typical or possibly even probable that he could have skeletonized after only a few weeks. So I'm not sure about the Proudfoots, but his father definitely did know. I also wanted to echo what Miss Nancy said
Right.
earlier
She installed
about
whole
the
security systems,
police
but don't got one
workers.
in
We
her
got
own
called
home.
in. There was a lot of
Girl,
social media
bye.
personalities reaching out to us, kind of complaining that they didn't feel like the police were doing enough. But really, it's just what Miss Nancy said. It's that they're not under obligation to give daily or every other day updates. They are doing an investigation. We have been in very close contact with TBI, and I can tell everybody with 100% certainty they are on top of it. They are not letting their foot off the gas at all on the search for Sebastian or trying to find out what happened to him. The YouTubers and TikTokers that do live stream probably do the most harm. We appreciate the attention that they bring to things, but when you do a live stream, you don't have any control over what gets seen by potentially the entire world.
Listen to this, what
we
Nancy
can't
say.
tell people what not to do. They have free speech. It's their own accounts they're using. Not helpful to do live streams during searches like that. If you want to do it, do a video that you could potentially edit later, so that we cut down on the amount of misinformation. That's why social media is not necessarily your house. We go in and do search and rescue. You have to trust the process, like we do. We trust law enforcement is going to have this wrapped up probably very soon.
Brian,
Yeah,
however, I want to make sure that you are not encouraging citizen sleuths to stop looking, because I've had many cases where we put out the warning and they actually spot a missing person. I mean, I only have to point to Gabby Petito, whose remains were found in dispersed camping way out west by a citizen who had heard about the case. So, sometimes their information is wrong, but there is no way in HELL that I would ask them to stop. And I know that's not where you're headed. Yeah.
Right.
No, we don't want them to stop. Matter of fact, it was 2 citizen sleuths that found Riley Strang's bank card out by the bank of the Cumberland River in Nashville. So, like I said, they do provide a service. My only suggestion was maybe not doing live stream, maybe just video, and then you can edit and post later. Just a suggestion.
Hey guys,
We don't
I don't
want
want
to
to see
edit.
anything edited. I want to see the whole thing. No edits, no airbrushing, the real
Tell them
deal.
again,
But
Nancy.
that's
Right.
just
We
me.
don't want
I
no
want to go
edits.
back to Katie Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother, Miss Proudfoot. What questions were you asked during your polygraph?
I was asked if I knew where my son was. I was asked if I hurt him. I was asked if I had hurt someone, among a few other questions.
And
But
Mr.
y'all know
Proudfoot,
she
you have
MMA,
volunteered
MMA
to take a
fighter. She know
poly.
how to control her breathing and stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just saying. I'll research them
If
too.
I were to set up a poly for you, would you take it?
Name the place and time, ma'am. I'll be there.
And you're headed back to Memphis right now. Are you in your
Yeah,
RV right now?
We'll see.
I am in my RV. We are not disclosing our
Listen to
current
this lie.
location just because of safety reasons, due to the YouTubers, the Facebookers out there that have sent some very heinous, threatening information and things of that nature.
We are
threatening
not
to be
trying to
outside
hurt
of our
y'all.
house, all kinds of nasty things. So we're
No,
not
we're not.
disclosing our location at this time, unless you're law
Miss
enforcement.
Proudfoot, is
or you
that
need to
one
know.
of the reasons you left the home?
One of them, yes, ma'am.
Question to you guys. When police came in and processed your
Girl,
home,
whatever.
did they look with, for instance, luminol? Did they check? What did they do when they searched your home?
They thoroughly searched my home with many different things. They removed some things for the dogs to hold the scent, and for Sebastian's DNA. I know that they used thermal
Night
night
imagery.
vision. Thank you. And I don't know exactly all of the tools that they use, but I do know that multiple different searches were done on my home by many different people, detectives, sheriffs, and a few others.
Yeah,
Even
I'm
the
not gonna.
dogs.
I wouldn't swear that the forensics folks showed up or not, because there were so many folks in and out of the house that
Okay.
it
Every
was just,
time.
"Hi, I'm so and so with law enforcement. I'm so and so with law enforcement." Okay.
Every time they've said we need to look, or please do.
Does Sebastian have a hardwood floor or a carpeted floor?
In his bedroom,
Carpet.
Yes. Carpeting.
Carpet.
Did they remove any carpeting?
No,
No,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Do you feel confident they searched his bathroom?
They did.
Yes, ma'am. They did.
When you state that they removed items for the scent dogs, what did they take?
Clothing, a blanket that he used like every day, and a few other items of his, toiletries, like his brush.
Lauren Conlon joining us, investigative journalist. Lauren, again, thank you for being with us. And earlier you were hearing sound from WSMV4. I understand you have another question.
Oh, I mean, I guess I didn't quite get the clarity I wanted, in the sense that, did the Proudfoots know that this search was going on with the Cajun Navy? Were they being called? Were you guys being alerted about this? Did you hear from a YouTuber that they found something, that the cadaver dog, or I'm sorry, the search dog started jumping? Or, were you just kind of blind to all of this? Just, over in
No.
your
So
corner doing your search?
no, ma'am. So here, to set that record straight and help the United Cajun Navy. So somebody's got a picture out there saying that we're enjoying a dinner, when we're actually out there, got flyers at a dinner table because we need to eat. My wife was on the phone with the Cajun Navy. That's how the Cajun Navy was brought in. And we talked to the president of the United Cajun Navy. He put us in touch with their team that was here locally in Nashville. Then that young lady reached back out to us, gave us some more information. We gave her some more details. Then they said they would start a search, but we also had them get in direct contact with the TBI agent, as well as Sumter County's Sheriff's Department. We provided all that information. They reached out to them, got some information. They pushed outside of the areas that had been searched already, conducted a search. Somehow or another, they linked up with the bio father, who supposedly got a tip from somewhere. Whether or not it was credible or not, we don't know. But it led them to searching on federal property without permission, which is where we have been informed at some point that there was allegedly a hit on something, but turned out to be nothing. And they were asked to leave the property immediately, or the cops are going to be called, because it was trespassing based off of a tip that the bio father received.
Yeah, to Brian Trasher, VP of Cajun Navy, let's clear it up. Isn't it true this is on federal property that had been closed off? It was a hurricane site earlier. It was also, yes, thank you. And it was also near railroad tracks, and some homeless people had been living there, and apparently one of them had died, and we believe that is what the dogs were hitting on. Is that correct?
Yeah, all the above is correct. And we did not gain access to the property. It had already been open when we got there. I'm not sure how entry was gained, but yeah, everything above it that you said was correct.
Guys, the search for Sebastian goes on. If you have information, if you know or think you know anything about this beautiful, young, autistic boy, please call TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, 800-TBI, find T Tennessee, B Bureau, I Investigative, TBI, find. 1-800-TBI-FIND. That's
Okay, y'all. So that's the end of the Nancy Grace interview. What y'all got to think about that? What's y'all thoughts? Do y'all feel like this was rehearsed? You know, like she talking about, oh, I'm looking at a picture of my son. Nancy should have been like, let me see which picture you got. That's what I would have said. I'm like, let me see which picture you got, because this the one we got. Let me see which one you looking at. Because you probably weren't looking at now. So now we're gonna get into the dad, Seth Rogers. Basically, he that Chris only went out with him like once to search. Let's see. This one right here.
Boy, we're joined by Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. Seth, thank you so much for joining us. I'm so sorry for everything you're going through. We want to get the word out about Sebastian. Hasn't gotten enough national attention. Sebastian, I want to be clear, was with his mom and stepdad when he disappeared, but you're very close to Sebastian. Do you have any idea what may have happened here?
I haven't been. I don't know. I mean, I got a phone call and a text message that I received after I got off of work, stating that
This
I
is his
needed to
birthday,
give
Lovelace.
stepfather a call. I called him and he was like, "Sebastian's missing. Don't be upset or anything, but you need to come to the house." I couldn't. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't seen him in over a month. I've been out here looking for him.
Seth, I mean, what do they think happened? I mean, did he just, I mean, could he really have just walked away like that? It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. His shoes are were still by the front door. His switch was there. His phone was in the kitchen. It just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I still can't figure it out. I've been looking everywhere, been handing out flyers, been just trying to keep up hope. And I've reached out to United Cajun Navy to sit there and see if they will help me. And they answered my call.
Yeah, one thing I couldn't understand is why
only
they
to
were
call
telling
off the
people not to
searches.
search at one point. I mean, the shift went to the
I feel for
landfill.
him.
It was this investigation, and they're telling people not to search. I couldn't make sense of that. I mean, it made me want. Do you have any indication that investigators may know that something bad happened here?
They haven't told me anything, and they told people not to search, but I've been searching since that Monday. I can't just sit around and not do anything. I've got to find my son.
Yeah, I understand. I would be doing the same exact thing as you, and I think everybody around America would be, and their hearts go out to you. Have you talked to Sebastian's mom, stepdad? You mentioned you had that conversation when they said, you know, he's gone missing, but have they been able to give any more information?
I haven't spoken to them for at least 2 weeks. They're not talking to me.
There are reports that they have packed up an RV and left the house that Sebastian disappeared from. Any idea why they would do that?
I have no idea. I have no information. They weren't talking to me, so I was out here trying to find my son.
Do you feel that they were taking good care of him?
Right, Lovelace.
I've
This would
got
be me right
information
here.
from
Still
podcasts that they
tore
were
up.
showing that horrify me.
What do you mean? I mean, were they on podcasts or? I'm sorry, I know this is upsetting, but I just want to understand.
They were going on podcasts, and it was like, it's supposed to be about Sebastian. They wanted to talk about themselves. I don't get that. This is We need to get Sebastian's face out to everybody. Have them looking for Sebastian. This isn't about me. It's not about his mom. It's not about his stepdad. This is about Sebastian. He needs to be found.
Have they been searching at all? I mean, I know you're out there right now. Have his mom and stepdad been out there too?
I can't answer that question. I don't know. I haven't seen them. And they've not been where I've been handing out flyers or searching. So I couldn't tell you what they've been doing.
I mean, Seth, you know, I'm glad we have the picture up. He looks like such a nice young man. I mean, would he ever leave barefoot? I know that's something that's perplexed some people. And even people who have children on the autism spectrum have been perplexed by that. Does that make any sense?
It doesn't. It does not make any sense. If he knew he was going to go out walking or anywhere in the yard or whatnot, he would put on socks and shoes. He had a horrible experience as a child with fire ants. He learned. It's always socks and shoes, or at least something on your feet to protect you from what's on the ground.
See?
Thanks so
See,
much for
y'all, he
watching.
had an
Go to
experience. He was not going to leave without them
joinnn.com to find
shoes,
News
y'all.
Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below
He
to
was
get
not.
more.
He was not going to leave without those shoes, y'all. There was no way he was not going to leave without those shoes. Now, y'all see the difference in the dad. Like, he is so toe up. Every time, every interview he does, that's his reaction, y'all. This is the latest that he did before huh?
The more eyes that we have out here to be able to locate him will be a whole lot better.
Frustration surfacing in the search for Sebastian Rogers, as nearly a month has passed since the 15-year-old with autism went missing from his home in Sumner County. Today, Sebastian's biological father and a group of volunteers searched again near the Rockland Recreation Area in Hendersonville for any clue leading to Sebastian.
This was the
as
first,
they say,
like
private
one of the
tracking dogs
areas
alerted
we
to a
was at
particular
searching.
spot
They go JL Law with the red shorts on, y'all.
this weekend that they say hasn't yet been checked out by law enforcement.
Looks like
County
he's helping
leaders
to me.
responding, saying that the volunteers need to, quote, trust the process. As the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and TBI scaled back the ground search for Sebastian Rogers to focus more on the investigative side of his disappearance, his biological father, Seth Rogers, continues to coordinate search parties in the weeks since.
Law enforcement only has so many people. So it's us as a community, as well as a family, you know, to be out there searching and to assist as much as we possibly can.
This weekend, a focus on the Rockland Recreational Area, about 6 miles from Sebastian's home, where Sebastian's mother and stepfather, Katie and Chris Proudfoot, believe he walked off in the middle of the night. Investigators saying they found little, if any, trace of the teen. Sebastian's father telling me today that the initial search radius was about 5 miles and that he wants to scour as much area beyond that as possible.
We just want to find Sebastian. That man over there is broken. He needs his son back.
Nonprofit search group, the United Cajun Navy, already in town for the Riley Strain case, joined in the search effort for Sebastian Saturday. Searchers telling me 2 of their tracking dogs appeared to hit on a spot.
When the dog had to hit, everybody got out of the area so law enforcement could come in and do their job. Did they do that? I don't know. I'm not sure. But I feel like it was something that should have been, if not, been checked into.
No confirmation from the Sumner County Sheriff or TBI on whether they followed up on that lead, but a source with the United Cajun Navy says since the land is federal, federal representatives would need to accompany law enforcement on any of their searches, and that could happen this week. Meantime, Sebastian's father and his team are given access inside this warehouse.
Sebastian, son. Dad.
But there are concerns among county officials over the search volunteers about safety, complaints over trespassing, and possibly
Y'all see that says courtesy of who? I want to make sure y'all see
compromising any
who
kind
this
of
video is
evidence or
courtesy
scene
of.
that might surface.
JLR
Today, County Commissioner
investigates.
Don Schmidt asking for
The
volunteers
person
to
that
quote
Cajun
lead
Navy
the search
trying
to
to say is
professionals.
causing
That
problems
did
and
not
he's
go
not.
over well with many online
come on now.
followers of Sebastian's case or volunteers actively trying to find him.
I'm not going to stop.
Well, TBI did release a statement, a lengthy statement, just 2 days ago, saying investigators continue to follow up on any tips and leads they receive daily, nearly 250 of them so far, and review information as well for Sebastian's case. They said much of the work they're doing to track down Sebastian is not something that you will necessarily see in the public eye.
Okay, y'all. Now I'm about to show y'all the final interview. It's the latest interview after the parents, the TBI, the parents was called in by the TBI, and you know they told them some things, and so I want you guys to look at the dad and let me know if you notice anything different.
Can you be the dad for the
It has now been nearly 1 month since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his home in Sumner County. Closely and hope Sebastian will soon be found safe. Well, tonight we share this update. The teen's father tells News Channel 5's Jason Lamb even 1 month later, he has not and will not give up hope.
Wearing a ribbon of his son Sebastian's favorite color, Seth Rogers reflects on his son's disappearance nearly 1 month later. As this search has gone from hours to days to now almost a month, how are you holding up?
I didn't even realize it had been a
This
month
isn't
yet
the final one.
until about
There's one
3
after
days
this,
ago when I
y'all.
looked at a calendar. To me, it's just one big day, and it hasn't ended. And it's not going to end until I have my son back.
After law enforcement scaled back its search, the United Cajun Navy, the same group that searched for missing Mizzou student Riley Strain, is now helping with the search effort for the 15-year-old boy with autism, who authorities say wandered away from his Hendersonville home. There's been no trace of the boy ever since. I'm curious what you would say to investigators, to some people watching now, who would say that
He looks
kids
pretty
just
happy at
don't
school,
vanish
too.
without a trace, implying that there must be some kind of foul play involved. What would you say to them?
Foul play is still negativity. He's out there. We just got to find him. Stop making excuses. You know, if there's foul play, we'll find out after we get a hold of him. We got to talk to him. He'll tell us what happened. We just got to find him first.
And let's just be clear for everyone watching. Do you have any knowledge whatsoever about your son's disappearance?
I don't. I found out over an hour after his mother found out he was gone.
With his son still missing, Rogers urged neighbors once again to check their properties, even places you'd think someone would never go.
He's going to be in the weirdest place in the world because that's my son. You know, people are going to be like, oh, well, we're not going to check this, but you better check it. Because knowing him and his curiosity, he might be there.
He might be there, an unending hope that Sebastian's father is still holding on to. Jason Lamb, News Channel 5.
Okay, y'all. So that was one I think a couple of days before this last one where, like I said, the TBI met with them, and that's the one that I'm trying to find, you guys. TBI Bell Robbers. Here it is.
There's stuff elsewhere. I mean, we got a lot of territory to cover, and it being
Hold
over a
up,
month,
y'all.
it could be anywhere currently. So
This is the one he did yesterday after TBI let them see some video footage.
continue looking. I'm not gonna give up. Nobody can make me give up.
Son went missing. How are you feeling today?
Same as I was yesterday. Just continuing the search, continue looking. I'm not gonna give up. Nobody can make me give up.
And where have you been searching? Where do you think he is?
I've been searching everywhere. I mean, anything out of that 5 mile radius that the initial search did, they covered everything there. But there's stuff elsewhere. I mean, we got a lot of territory to cover, and it being over a month, he could be anywhere currently. So I'm searching everywhere.
You, Katie, and Chris had a meeting with TBI today. Did you find out any new information?
Not that I can discuss.
Any progression that might show hope in this search?
Oh, I always have hope. Can't take that away from me.
And how confident are you that Sebastian is alive, and what do you think he's doing right now?
Pretty sure he's probably playing video games somewhere. Nobody's letting him, whoever's got him, they're not letting him see the regular news.
See, the news
They're not
station
letting
didn't
him
ask
surf the
the
internet,
right questions,
or
just
else
so
he'd
y'all
know that
know.
I'm looking for him, and he'd know that he should actually be trying to get a hold of me. And that keeps me going.
Is there strong reason to believe he may have been abducted?
I don't know if he's been abducted or if he's just,
No, Miss J, they
over at a
didn't.
friend's house. Never know. But I'll know when I find him. I'll know exactly what has happened to him.
And other news outlets were reporting that there were lights seen in the backyard that were caught on camera by a neighbor's video. Is that true?
No. What that was a trash truck.
And I'm gonna show y'all that
Went
video
through,
too. That
picked
video
up
was
trash.
manipulated.
And
I'm
when
gonna
it
show
left,
y'all.
of course, it went faster. It didn't have to stop to pick up trash. That's just false information provided by a particular person.
Did the dogs ever pick up a scent for Sebastian?
From my information that I've been given, no.
Did they find anything on Sebastian's cell phone that would, kind of show that he was going to run away or where he might be?
Not that I know of. He didn't have any internet access or anything on there. He'd have been able to call, text, take a picture, send a picture, use the calculator. That's about it.
No,
Sebastian in
Holly, I
jail on
didn't know
Friday, the
JR
day
did an
before he
interview
went
with. I know
missing?
Trev did an interview with her.
Are you, Chris, or Katie, or any of you suspects in this case?
No, we're not.
Have you been cleared?
I don't know if the investigation is still ongoing. We wouldn't be cleared until the investigation is done. But currently, from my understanding, they don't have any information that would attach us to any wrongdoing.
Right. So why would Chris be talking about
CPS
he
has gone
cleared?
to Katie's house before. You didn't know about that until this
I saw
investigation. How does that
Trev's.
make you
That's the
feel?
one I wanted to show
That
y'all a
somebody
little bit
somewhere
of it.
dropped the ball because I was
I don't know
never
if we're gonna be able
informed.
to show it all
And
right now, being that we 3.5
I'm the
hours in.
biological
But if y'all
father
want to,
to
we
have joint
can.
legal, joint physical custody. Somebody dropped the ball and didn't reach out and inform the father, which is me. And I don't understand why the state dropped the ball on that one.
And how did you find out about CPS?
Podcast.
Right. He should have been the first one to inform.
And I mean, does that concern you, especially with this case, that they might have done something to cause him to run away?
I don't know what that really means, but I just know that I don't have all the information.
Is there an official timeline? And I know people, there was, we went to bed at this hour, but does TBI or anyone have an official timeline as to the
I'm
series?
pretty sure they do, but I'm not involved in the investigation, so I wouldn't have it.
Have the three of you been in contact every day like you were several weeks ago about this?
Was in contact with both Katie and Chris today, but I've heard he said his phone is open and available. Well, so is mine. You can leave a voicemail. Like 7 or 8 people have already left me voicemails today. I'm going. I get people calling me while I'm on the phone, and it's like,
Right, they should be calling him.
I can't just sit there and answer the phone for everybody. If I did that, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of my house.
There's been a lot of criticism over this investigation. I'm sure you've received
Right.
criticism as well as the Proudfoots. How does that make you feel in a time where you're just trying to find your son?
People are being, well, that goes back to those keyboard warriors I talked about on the first interview that you and I had. They're still at it. They'll never stop. There's cowards in this world, and then there's people who are go-getters. My feet, they're on the ground. They're never going to leave the ground. I'm going to find my son. Period.
And plans, today on moving forward, any more resources being used on this investigation or anything you have to say about that?
The United Cajun Navy is currently sitting down there right now at 90 Volunteer Drive in Hendersonville. 10:30. That's when volunteers need to show up. 10:30. Show up, have your ID, sign the paperwork, and they send people out in teams. When you show up, there ain't nobody there except for a couple people.
Why
That's
do I
because
have
they've
to
already
have
sent
my ID
teams
to
out.
help search?
They're just going to keep sending teams out until we find my son.
Have there been a lot of volunteers coming out to help find Sebastian?
Today there was, and I want to thank everybody who did come out. We're seeing an increase, and we're going to continue to see an increase. I'd like the whole state of Tennessee to volunteer,
Holly,
and then we'll hit
did you
other
see his
states.
interview with Pascal
Sebastian's
and with
father.
Dolly Vision? Because he was more open. It was after this. He
He's a
told
unique
more because
child.
they asked the right
All right.
questions.
He can. I mean, it's really hard to describe my son. I mean, besides being unique, whether he's up to no good or he's up to good, he's just got that uniqueness about him. It's really hard to describe. I mean, he's my mini me. If he has a goal, he's going to accomplish that goal. People at school, they liked him. All the kids are wanting to know when he's going to come back. They want to help and volunteer. Teachers they're putting out prayers every day. Everybody, it's coming up. It's Easter. I'm hoping for an Easter miracle. I could definitely use it in my life right now.
And why did they search the landfill?
I have no idea. They didn't. Not part of the investigation. They're not going to tell me stuff. I am emotionally attached, as any parent should be.
And how often do you meet with TBI?
If I call them all the time. Call, text, hey, any new news? They either let me know or they let me know.
Are you happy with the work that all these agencies have done, or do you think there needs to be more?
There could probably always be more. We just got to figure out what more is necessary. Am I happy with them? I'm not unhappy. But you asked me that after my son's back, and it's going to be, I'm happy. All right. Because in law enforcement, it's always goal oriented. Go to work, put a smile on your face, get the job done.
He's a deputy for the sheriff's y'all, I think.
And I appreciate that. And I'm hoping it will pay off with fruition.
Do you think Katie and Chris are suspects?
I heard that too about the landfill, and I don't think they searched the landfill long enough.
Sebastian's been missing for more than a month now. What keeps you getting up every morning, going out and searching for him?
Being a dad. having perseverance, wanting him to come home, wanting to watch him finish growing up.
Do you wear this every day? Talk to me about this shirt.
This right here is my own billboard to find my son. People notice people. People notice what people are wearing. So I am a walking handout. I have these in my car.
How do you select that photo? It's so cute.
Because it's cute. It's got a smile. It's the last picture I took of him.
Okay, y'all. So yes, that was his interview with the news station. But that same night, he spoke with Pascal on the Pascal show, and then he also spoke with Dolly Vision. And I honestly feel like Dolly Vision asks the right questions. It's like he want to tell us, but it's like he wants you to ask the questions instead of him just telling us. Like y'all will see what I mean in just a moment. Hold up. Hold up. Right here. We're not gonna play it all, but I'm just gonna let y'all hear the part that I'm talking about. Let's see. And he joked around. That's what I'm saying. So like he has hope, and I really hope that his son, is found.
And I pass it off to TBI.
That's what's up. Wow. So people are getting followed, allegedly. People are getting followed who are just passing out flyers, volunteers that are just contributing in trying to find your son. That's very odd. Have you seen anything like that yourself? Have you been followed?
Right. Somebody did it to me.
Can't intimidate me. I have a goal in mind.
Gotcha. Have you already reported that? Because that basically says yes to me. So have you reported that at all to TBI or any law enforcement at all that you have been followed?
Yeah.
Has it changed as of late, or are you still getting followed?
I haven't been followed today.
When
But-
did you go ahead.
Today, if they wanted to know where I've been, I mean, they can ask me. Whoever wants to follow me, I was at church 3 times a day. It's Good Friday. Time to go to mass.
Right on. When did you report that?
So this was last
Go
night.
ahead. What were you saying?
Did you go to mass?
Not yet. I'm a bad boy. I'm burning in the fiery pits of hell. I know.
I'll get down and help make sure that you don't stay there long.
I appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate that. But when did you go ahead? Say that again.
It's always time to change.
Right. Always time. But when did you report to TBI that you were actually getting followed? Was that yesterday or was that a few days ago?
I've reported some license plate numbers to TBI. I let them know a couple weeks ago that some of my volunteers were being followed.
That's just crazy to me. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
That's very, very weird. We might circle back to that question here in a second, or at least that topic here in a second. But I do have some questions. I know that there has been some updates. You and Katie Proudfoot, at least Katie Proudfoot, were in the same room with TBI, and they gave you some updates. Can you tell me anything that came of that conversation with TBI?
The video with the 2 flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight
Y'all let me
too.
know if it's freezing.
And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out in the neighborhood.
Interesting. Because, okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Barris put out here. Now, and you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, and the black abyss, was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
Really?
You see how he's telling him more than he told the news?
So it was a cropped segment, or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I mean, I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
Okay. So
broke equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3 o'clock was not the time that these trash guys came in. These guardsmen came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Police that showed.
Correct.
And of course, again, this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean,
I see. Okay. So then,
he wanted people to log in to follow. And if he's watching this, now he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
Oh, I see. No, I get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
I can understand getting upset about that.
Nick
for
Barris
sure.
cropped
I
the
definitely
video,
can.
or whoever.
But there is
sent him the
actual
video
movement in that
cropped it,
area.
but
If he didn't know, I
them
can see
thanks
that.
Nick
I can see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black, or was there movement elsewhere?
It's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road. So it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it.
Gotcha. Okay. But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that it was nighttime and day.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned it on and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
They're on throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in that neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay. And for everyone who's watching the show, just tuning in just right now, this is the biological father of Sebastian Rogers. Just so you guys know, he is boots on the ground in Hendersonville, doing everything he can to find his son. He has been missing for the past month now. I'm sure, extremely daunting. As you can tell, Seth, I mean, I can't wait for you to have an actual good night's rest. I know that won't happen until you find Sebastian, but still, I know that you're doing a lot of work to try to bring your son home.
I feel better today. I've been to church 3 times. I've done mass. I'll be at church again tomorrow for Holy Saturday, and then it's Easter Sunday. And I'm just praying for a miracle. So
Same here. Same here.
well, you go to mass for that then, buddy.
I will be.
Same
I
here.
will be for sure. I will be sure for sure. But one thing I do want to point out really quick to everybody, real quick right now, is that there is a GoFundMe right now. This is to help Seth stay boots on the ground out in that area. Okay. Before we continue on in our conversation,
And Chris
please,
wanted
guys,
to
I'm going to make
speak
sure that it is
for this
posted in
GoFundMe, y'all.
posted at the top of the chat, in the family chat,
Why would
so
you
that
want to
you guys
sue
can
him for a
go.
GoFundMe he
Please,
started
their
for his
goal is to
son?
just hit
Let's
$18,000.
listen.
They're almost there. Okay. $1, it doesn't matter. A penny, it doesn't matter. Whatever you can contribute is still a step in the right direction. So please go over to his GoFundMe, show some love, show some support. There's some other things that I will be sharing with you guys as well. If you want to contribute in other ways, we will be talking about that a little bit later on in the conversation. Okay. But go to that GoFundMe if it moves you so. All right. This man is boots on the ground as we speak. So go over there and help if you can. Okay. And we will be talking about volunteers here in just a little bit as well. Okay. Just to give you guys all a heads up if you want to get out there and help search for Sebastian. Now, you went there, you checked out this video, the full scope of this video. What we saw as regular people, okay, the people that are very passionate and really caring and that care about finding Sebastian, the footage that we saw was a cropped video up in the top right-hand corner of this very big, a much bigger picture.
Yes,
So
sir.
you saw day and night. What else was being said or talked about or shown to you with TBI?
I had requested video proof that my son was alive after I spoke to him on Thursday.
What footage was that?
They showed me footage of him leaving Texas Roadhouse and getting into his mama's vehicle with her.
Texas Roadhouse. So he was getting in a vehicle with Katie Proudfoot from eating at Texas Roadhouse.
Y'all hear that
correct?
now?
Yes.
Was Chris Proudfoot there
No.
in the footage?
In the car with Katie.
No. Chris was in Memphis.
Okay, so Chris was definitely in Memphis. Okay. But when you saw them leaving, were they with anybody?
We don't
Were
know
they
he was
alone?
in
Just the
Memphis.
two
He
of
just
them going
wasn't
into this
there.
car?
Yeah.
Okay. Quick question. Did you see any footage from inside
No.
Texas Roadhouse? No.
They just told, I wanted proof of life on Sunday to make myself feel better. You guys want to know why I was smiling? That's because yesterday I got to see my son. I mean, it's not current, it's not up to date, but it gives me a little bit better of a feeling that I got to see him.
No doubt. No doubt. And I can only imagine. So when you saw him walking out of Texas Roadhouse with Katie Proudfoot, his biological mother, was he wearing the same clothes that they're describing that he was last seen in? Okay. Okay. After seeing that footage, I know it made you happy to see him. Of course, you miss your son. I don't know. Was there any interaction, any exchange with Katie, between you and Katie, after seeing this footage?
No.
When was the last time you spoke with Katie before TBI? Before the TBI meeting?
It's been a couple weeks.
It's been a couple weeks. Wow. Have you seen them Chris and Katie Proudfoot,
Yes, I like
boots
Pet
on the
Square
ground,
as
searching
well.
along with you at
I
all,
have
Came down one day
even
here
at the
for
beginning
Riley.
when you came into town, when you first came into town?
Chris went with me for one night to go check out some leads that were coming off of Facebook, but they were
One night,
3
y'all.
days old, I think.
One night.
And after that,
3-day-old leads.
no,
With Chris.
they say they're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers,
One
handing
time,
out
y'all. Chris
signs,
kept him
getting
one
billboards
time.
up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
Gotcha.
Do y'all hear that?
I mean, it kind of, if you got more than one person doing it, it would be, in the grand scheme of things, it would make sense to split up to conquer the area.
Right. It would, wouldn't it?
It would.
So let me ask you. Let's talk about the search that you had with Chris. What was that like? How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No, it wasn't. It was not awkward. I was the passenger side. I was the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And so I just jumped in the truck with him.
Okay. Gotcha. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, I don't know, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
No.
Okay. I see. So my question is too, just going back to the TBI meeting, the most recent one you had, aside from those videos, was there any new leads or anything that they told you?
They're not going to tell me. It's an active investigation. They're not going to tell me.
Are you satisfied with their investigation thus far?
Asking me that question is like asking me if I like the hamburger that I see you cooking. I haven't seen the finished result yet. Finished result is me getting my son back. The sooner we do that, the sooner I'll tell you how happy I am.
Gotcha. I see.
If that makes sense.
No, that makes total sense. That does.
I like food.
So do I. So do I. I'm a hell of a cook. We gotta sit down to throw down sometime, my brother. When we finally get to meet.
What's your favorite cuisine?
Well, I'm okay. I make a mean steak. My steak is fire. Okay. Bar none.
Now, what do you mean by a mean steak? Do you slice it open in the middle and shove it full of jalapenos and cheese?
No, I don't do. No, I don't do any of that crazy stuff. No, just
You
cook
throw
it.
it on a slab and sear it on both sides and serve it bloody.
Serve it right all day long. Serve it right. Okay. All right. And a mean fennel puree with some asparagus. Now you're getting me hungry, man. Now you're getting me hungry, bro.
You should have gone to church.
Oh, well, I will be in the church soon. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. So when it comes back to the conversation, because now we start talking about food, I'm going to get hungry. But after your conversation, have you seen Chris? When you saw Katie Proudfoot, did you see Chris?
No.
Okay, so he wasn't there at all.
He wasn't there physically. No.
Gotcha. Okay. Are you looking into any private investigators or lawyers at all?
Investigators? I've got 4 of them.
Oh, you got 4. Right on.
I'm not playing.
Gotcha. I see.
That's
Seeing
where I
any,
get a lot of my leads
That's what's
from.
up.
gotcha. Seeing any footage or
Paranoia.
anything of that sort, has that moved you to make any movements as of late? None?
Nope, I've gotten some tips. United Cajun Navy was here. They left. They were getting the death threats.
Yes, I do want to talk to you about that as well. So I want to bring that up real quick because I'm a little confused.
I don't know who
To
was
be
giving them
honest,
death
but
threats, but
they
it wasn't
are.
me.
I'm just pulling this up really quick. Cajun Navy is calling off searching for
If I'm out
Sebastian.
there trying to find
What's up
somebody and
with
hoping they're
that,
alive, I would
Seth?
hope I'm not
Why is that
threatening
happening? Why did
other
that
people's
happen? What's up with
lives.
that?
I mean, they're helping search to find my son, and people are threatening them, trying to run them over with a truck, throwing stuff at them. I mean, these people are trying to
That's
help me
not
find my
true,
son.
y'all.
And this is the
Unless they're
kind of
talking about the
welcome they got to
business owners,
Tennessee.
it don't got nothing to do with us.
The state of volunteers. And these people came to volunteer to help. Not everybody's perfect. That's why I told everybody you need to drop your egos and understand that Sebastian is the focus of this. The end goal is to find Sebastian alive and well.
Mm-hmm.
And some people decide to let their egos get in the way.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
I don't
And
know who
so
those
because
people
of
are
that,
because I didn't threaten nobody.
and of course they were getting
I know
threats,
JR
allegedly.
didn't threaten nobody.
That's why they're
CJ didn't threaten
gone. Are they
nobody.
coming back at all? Did they just
Silky,
take a day off? What's the story here?
They told me, they called me this
Silky said
morning, and they
he ain't
said
threaten
that
nobody.
because of the
Naja,
death
the
threats,
detective, ain't threaten
that they
nobody.
have to pull back
Donnie B ain't
because
threaten
not
nobody.
only are they getting threats, but their family members are getting threats.
Oh, come
And
on, man.
Now, little Shawnee, have a
I
good
don't
night
want,
at work.
I
Yeah,
cannot liable
Thanks.
for somebody. I'm trying to
Talking
find my
in
son.
no doubt.
And
and hitting
the
the like
last thing I
button.
want is
The
somebody,
subscriber.
I cannot on my conscience have somebody having their family getting threatened because they're trying to help me find my son. I mean, I've already told my volunteers, be careful, stay in groups, at 5 o'clock. I know we still got a couple hours of daylight left, but I want my volunteers to be safe too. So I've told them at 5 o'clock, I need you all to go ahead and call it quits for the night. You may not want to, but your life is precious as well. My son's life is precious, but I'm not willing to risk
Right.
other people's
I agree.
lives for my son's life.
Gotcha. I
Mine
agree.
on the other hand, I ain't worried.
Repeat that again. I'm sorry. Say that last thing.
Said mine on the other hand, I'm not worried. I'll be your huckleberry.
I heard that. And yeah, I it is frustrating and tragic that that's frustrating and tragic that they left. I got to be honest. And as a father as well, I can only imagine how that feels. But as far as volunteers go, has that changed in the volume and the reception and the attendance of volunteers down there?
A little bit. I mean, people are conscious of their own well-being. I can't expect people to, be threatened or anything else to help me find my son.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry that's happening to you, brother. But I want to bring this up really quick. Go ahead.
This is what it tells me.
Shoot.
People don't want me to find my son. Well, they can rot in hell, and people in hell also want ice water. And I have iced tea.
I got you. But for those of y'all who want to stay in heaven and want to help volunteer, can you let them know where they can go and volunteer? They need as many boots on the ground, okay, out there, guys. So can you tell them where they can go and when you guys are starting your search tomorrow morning and all that?
Right now, you just need to kind of pay attention to the Facebook pages. I will be at church tomorrow. I mean, I'm taking this weekend to get my leads in place so that I have viable leads on where I can send people. There's a couple groups that are out there that feel the same way that I do about my son. You can't scare them. They're meeting. They've got things on Facebook.
Gotcha.
So where they're showing up, they showed up today. I think it was like 35 or 40 of them. And they went and handed out flyers and searched a couple areas. I know all that sort of stuff. At the same point in time, during this interview, I've already ignored 8 telephone calls from people who are calling in
Oh, I
to
bet.
find out what the game plan is and to tell me information.
Well, I won't keep you on very long. I know that you got a lot going on. I got a few more questions for you, but I do want to bring up all these things so that people know where to go. So, is it still 90 Volunteer Drive, Hendersonville?
They are not there anymore.
Okay. So, where do they go now?
We do not have a location currently for everybody to meet up. When I choose a location, it will go out the night before. That way I can get there and scope the area, make sure that it's a safe gathering spot for people.
Okay. So, how are you going to let us know, or will you let me know at least so we can put it up online, let people know? Go ahead.
Let you know. I have your number. I have a couple other YouTubers' number, and I've got people with Facebook.
Right. And I also, just to clarify, guys, the threats that the Cajun Navy were receiving were not from content creators. It was actually just people living in the area or outside the area that just wanted to muck things up. Okay. So it's not any content creator that threw out any threats. Just to correct
I hear that,
the
right?
conversation
Right?
in the family chat.
No content
Just so you know.
creators. Why
Okay.
Cajun Navy
Now,
blasting
go ahead.
JLR and
Me
stuff all
personally,
over
I've
like
been
that he
balancing
didn't want
media
to.
and content creators for over 30 days now since I started this. And I love y'all. I mean, I understand some of y'all want clicks and y'all want followers and things like that. And that does not bother me. Everybody's got to have a job so they can make money. At the same point in time, I know that the more clicks and people that you have following you, the more people will hear me. That means more people out there. I told you, I want the world to help me find my son.
No doubt.
Right.
That's absolutely right. The more engagement, the more likes, etc., the more this story and this conversation gets out there and more awareness goes out there for Sebastian. And that's what we're here for. Real talk. That's what we're here for. So let's get back into it. Footsteps or footprints, I'm sorry, that were found near this water retention pond. Can we talk a little bit about that? Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I said they searched that pond. They searched that pond either day 1 or day 2. It's only like 4 feet deep, and there went the light. And they searched it. I asked them about it because I listened to the phone call from the dispatcher to the officers, and I brought that to their attention, and they said that they searched that pond.
Okay. And they found, obviously, or I'm assuming they found nothing, because if they did find something, we'd all know about it by now, correct?
Yes. That was 30 days ago.
Gotcha. I'm going to go back into the conversation about things around the house and whatnot. Now, the cars, okay? There's something that's just really been burning away at me, and I'm just curious about, have they looked at I understand that they've gone through Katie's car. They've combed through that like crazy. But have they looked at the navigation of her car?
Information.
They won't divulge that information. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I'm not part of the investigation. Questions like that would be things that would be part of the investigation. And yeah, they're not going to tell me that stuff. So I don't even bother asking about it.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Now I know that you a long time ago, because I know you just did a recent interview, and this is the one thing that I got a little confused about. And I understand you know, could be lack of sleep, could be just answering the same doggone questions 15,000 times over, and it just But I remember in the interview that you had in the past, you said something about the dogs catching a scent going into a construction site and it just stopping in that construction site. But just recently, I think just yesterday or the day before, you did an interview with local news, and you said that the dogs did not catch any scent.
That's what they're telling me now.
So the scent that the dogs picked up near this construction site
So that's
was not
somebody
that
lying.
of Sebastian Rogers?
That's what they told me.
That's
They said
very
the
interesting.
information that I received when I asked questions previously was false information.
Believe that, y'all.
Interesting.
Y'all
Interesting.
believe in it?
It's very
How
interesting.
was him 30 days ago, but
I
last
guess
night?
I keep wondering about those things because I know it was said before, and then things have changed. Like things that we've heard from the Proudfoots, they have changed over time. Now, I get it that during trauma, during nerves, being interrogated, sometimes information slips through the cracks, right? Sometimes you forget things, so on and so forth. But there's been things that have been added in
Right.
later on in their conversations and in their interviews. Like, you saw the Nancy Grace interview, did you not?
No, I kind of stopped watching the interviews after a particular one where I found out a lot of stuff that, about CPS and stuff.
Yes.
I kind of really,
Well, you need to watch the Nancy Grace one.
I guess I probably should turn around and watch more of them, but that kind of hurt
You
me.
definitely
So
watch that.
So you found out about CPS from watching the conversation that they had with another podcaster. That's the first and only time you heard about Chris putting his hands
Wow.
on your son, Sebastian, that would garner him a visit by CPS. Am I correct?
yes,
So you never heard anything from any officials of
Wow.
any sort about this, even Katie Proudfoot as well. You never heard anything from her too.
Even though my boy's
no.
daddy is not even in their life like how he should, I contact him when
All right, I'm going to
things
ask you a hard question.
happen.
Has Sebastian ever spoken to you about the dynamics
Wow.
inside the Proudfoot's home?
Nope. I really wish he had. Because here in Tennessee,
That's what
everybody's a mandated reporter.
I don't be trying to get the wrong impression of my faces.
And if I had known some of the stuff that was going on, it would have been a phone call. I'd have called Clarksville PD,
I bet
Montgomery
he a
County Sheriff's.
sheriff. Come on now, y'all.
I bet. I would too.
My son would probably still be here right now.
So, question, because he says
Been with you. He
he
would
only
have
used
been
the
with
belt
you.
once and CPS was called. Do you believe it only happened once?
Doesn't really matter what I believe. I know that he admitted that it happened.
I told you he was lying.
Gotcha. It's interesting because we dissected it this morning, and he said something completely different on Nancy Grace and said that wasn't the case. The inconsistencies are not good and very frustrating, just as a fellow parent here as well. And I keep wondering,
right,
if there was ever any conversation or any hint at Sebastian having any issues or any problems with Chris or anybody at that home. Please continue.
There was a couple times my son would get frustrated on days that I was taking him back to his mom's.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to go back.
Wow.
I hate going there. Well, He's a
Oh,
kid. I understand. I don't like to leave my house either. But when I asked him about it, he wouldn't tell me. And if he had, then I could have done something. But he didn't.
because he probably was
So now
scared
I'm
of Chris and happening to go
looking for
back
it.
there.
I see. So if I'm correct, you've asked him directly?
Yeah.
And he said nothing to you?
Said nothing to me. I don't know if he was trying to protect me from what was going on there. I don't know what his reasoning was for it.
Yeah.
And I want him, my job is to protect him, and it kind of makes me feel like I failed because he wasn't able to tell me so I can do something about it.
Seth, I'm sorry this is how you found out. Real talk.
Me too.
I'm really sorry this is how you found out. It does break my heart that all this has gone down the way it's gone down. I really wish there was more clarity with these timelines, with the math, because the math is just
not mathing.
It's just not mathing. It's just not mathing to me. So I'll ask you, because you did ask Sebastian when it was time to go home or time to go back to the Proudfoot's home, he would get upset, right? He would get.
That was the second. That was not the last time that I took him, but the time before.
Did you?
And I asked him, and did he? I don't get it. I don't understand why he didn't tell me.
Has he told anyone in your family? Has he told anyone else about this at all?
Don't know. I do not know.
I gotcha. Because
But I gotta find him so I can make up for it.
Of course. Of course.
I gotta find him so I can tell him that he's got to talk to me. He's got to talk to me so I know what I can do.
I understand that. And I hope you do have that opportunity to have that conversation with your
praying.
son.
Praying every day.
Me too. We all are.
You need to go to church, though.
I do. I most definitely do.
At least make sure you go on Sunday. I mean, it's Easter Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course. I'll be there on Sunday.
I need
Whole
an
family.
Easter school, okay?
Yes. I mean, everybody needs to go.
And
Okay.
maybe-
Whatever you pray to.
Maybe it's just you need to go into church. It's just that one prayer that gets him back to me.
I'm with it. I have no problem doing that. And I'm sure everybody else in the family chat and of course, if you agree, if you're down with it, fam, put in that green heart emoji in the chat right now for Sebastian. Okay. Show as much love as you can. He needs it. Because I understand that there could be a possibility of him running away because he's trying to get away, possibly, okay? Possibly get away from the household in which he is in. If he's not happy at the Proudfoot's home, there's a possibility of him trying to, you see what I'm saying, run away or get to you. Have you thought about that possibly?
I have. I've been to. Me and his godfather have been out to the homeless encampments
trying to get a hold of people, turned around and I contacted I had somebody contact Montgomery County for me, and then I passed that information on to Sumner County to pull video cameras from the Parks and Recreation so that hopefully they can find some information along those lines. I mean, there's flyers everywhere in Clarksville, Oak Grove, Guthrie, any place that I have driven through that would be close. So that way, and I've talked to the police departments up here. They know.
I see.
I'm going to make sure everybody knows my son.
Of course. I think a lot of people know your son, but yeah.
And when I have him back, we're going to have to disappear for a while.
Oh yeah. I get it. I'm hoping for nothing but a positive outcome with everything here.
Just gotta find it.
Yeah. I know.
I need everybody heads up, eyes open.
Have you reached out to any other organizations, or have any other organizations like search and rescue type of organizations reached out to you at all? Because it's still kind of mind blowing that Cajun Navy is gone now, and it's kind of gone back down to you running it solo. Has anybody else, any other organizations reached out to you at all?
We've reached out. We're waiting on word back. We're not the only people in the world that need help.
That's true.
So
That's very true.
We're just waiting our turn in the lottery system, I guess, for somebody to reach back out to us.
Equisearch at all?
They were here 2 weeks ago.
Could they circle back and come back and do another round for a week or so?
We're hoping. We've reached out.
Okay. Well, for those of y'all who are watching right now that have any connections to any other search rescue type of organizations, can you please reach out to them? It takes 2 seconds to send out that message to that friend, to that person who's the higher up, whatever it may be. Okay. We really need to get this young boy back home as quickly as possible. So please, if you can, reach out, because we got a lot of people watching right now, a gang of people watching right now. If you guys can please use your connections for the greater good, that'd be greatly appreciated.
I got some information for you.
Let's go.
All right. The rudder at Anchor High Marina has agreed to allow us to use their parking lot as a command center until searches are over and Sebastian is found. The address is 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075.
I was there.
126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee,
Yep.
37075. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat it again for everybody. Okay, and what is that facility called? Just so everybody, if it has something written on the side of it or something like that.
Probably the Anchor book.
Rudder.
The Rudder. Okay, everybody.
I know what you're talking about. RUDD.
That's breaking news right now, just so you guys know. Please, if you're in the area, if you're 45 minutes away, if you are 30 minutes away, if you're an hour away, it doesn't matter. It takes 2 seconds to hop in a car and drive your butt down and help out.
There will be no searches on Sunday due to Easter.
Okay.
I want everybody to spend time with your family. You don't ever know.
Yeah, no car, y'all.
We're not going to have them again.
Get on Monday.
So enjoy the time that you have with them. They're saying that they'll have searches tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. and that all other times it will be 9:30 to 6 Monday, starting on Monday.
Okay. Okay. So you guys know the Rudder. Okay. The place is called the Rudder. It's 126 River Road, Hendersonville,
If you're hungry, feel free to get something to
126
eat.
River Road.
It's a restaurant as well.
Y'all
So it's a restaurant
check.
called The Rudder. The address, again, just for everybody who's watching, everybody, even those in the nosebleed seats, okay? We need your help too. The address for The Rudder Restaurant is 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. The zip code is 37075. Again, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Zip code is 37075. They start tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. till 6 p.m. They're taking Sunday off because it is the holy day. It is Sunday, or Easter Sunday, I'm sorry. But they will reconvene back on Monday at that same spot, the Rudder Restaurant, at 9:30 a.m. And hopefully that will be the headquarters or the meeting spot, the rendezvous spot from this point on, okay? Just so you guys know. All right. Again, please go and check those things out. If you can get down there, it takes 20 minutes.
Well, let's see
Get
if you
out
can,
there and just do 20 minutes of a search. That's
pin
20
what
minutes
that comment.
that we can get closer to
Why
finding
didn't it show
Sebastian
him?
Rogers.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the other thing, though, too, I do want to bring up as well. Of course, there is a reward for any information on Sebastian's whereabouts. Can you explain a little bit more about how to add to the reward if they want to help add to the reward?
There's an attorney, which I gave you that information. I don't know if you can post it or not.
Yes,
But
I'll pull it up.
there's an attorney in Nashville. This reward was put up by the businesses in Hendersonville. And if anybody wants to donate to the reward, the last time I checked, it was at $3,500. You would take in a check into the attorney. The attorney will give you a receipt for it. It goes into an escrow. And that's right there. James Brian Lewis. And then he'll give you a receipt. It'll go into an escrow account. If information leads to the whereabouts of Sebastian Rogers and the rescue of him, either or, let's go with rescue, then they'll turn around and that's the reward that they'll get. It's at $3,500.
So if you guys can contribute, if you're interested in contributing and you don't want to do the GoFundMe, but you want to contribute in another way, you can do the reward. Okay. All the information is right here on the screen as we speak. So please go over there, check it out. If you can donate, that'll be greatly appreciated. You know, one thing though, I'm curious about is, you know, when we talk about your GoFundMe, and I will be throwing these back up here, guys, again, before the show's over and before this conversation is over, and the GoFundMe as well. That will be put back up here in a second. But I'm curious, the GoFundMe, speaking of that, I heard things that Proudfoots were upset with you about doing this GoFundMe. What's going on with that? Is there anything you can, tell us about that? Why is there tension about a GoFundMe?
Chris, Katie spoke with me and we agreed not to do a GoFundMe for finding Sebastian Rogers. And my sister asked if she could start a GoFundMe just for me to help pay my bills while I'm looking for Sebastian. And I told her that's fine. Just don't attach Sebastian to it at all. And she said, okay. And she didn't do that. And Chris got upset and threatened to get an attorney.
Okay.
And personally, I'd like to thank everybody that donates to that because that is paying my bills. And I did take a leave of absence. And I haven't been back to work since the 26th.
And I will say, I am very surprised that sorry, I'm just putting this in here, the GoFundMe, just so it's here for everybody to see. Okay. But I am very surprised that you were able to take a leave of absence without any issues at all whatsoever. Yet we heard, I don't know if they're still on their vacay, but they jumped into an RV and kick rocks. What are your thoughts on that? Because apparently it was because he needed to go back down there for work. What are your thoughts on that? I'm just curious.
I don't have any thoughts on that, man. This ain't about them. This is about Sebastian. They're adults. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. My son, on the other hand, is not an adult, and it's on the adult to find him, and that's what I'm doing.
Gotcha. Now, I know a lot of people have asked a lot of these kind of questions about Sebastian. But I do have to ask anyway. Is there anything
Right.
that
And
would,
even on the
I mean,
Dollywood
is there
show, he
anything in
opened up
particular
even
that
more. He even said
warms him
something
up
that I didn't
quickly,
even agree with.
gets him
And I'll
very
tell you about it.
excited about things, or makes him become something that would connect
Nothing to do with Sebastian.
someone to him quickly? Is it music? Is it video games? Is it comic books? Is it movies? Is there anything in particular that if someone was to see him from afar, is there anything that they could use or do to be able to bring him closer so we can call 911 to get him back to you?
Just call his name.
Just call his name.
Call his name, and if he turns around and sandy blonde hair, he may or may not still have his glasses. He had them, from my understanding, because they're missing out of his mama's house. But if he responds to his name and turns around and you see that smile right there, or even if you don't, you just see him, he may or may not be smiling right now. I don't know what kind of state he might be in. Just call 911. Call 911
Look like he
immediately.
loved that snake, y'all.
He's gonna need help. He's gonna need help.
This is heartbreaking.
A few more questions. I know these are tough, and I know you've answered these a couple times, but I do have to ask. Now, has he ever had any type of erratic behavior? Has he ever had any moments of rebellion at all?
Did you really just ask if a teenage boy had a moment of rebellion?
Yeah, I know that was a dumb question, but I got to ask it anyway. Would he retaliate in a way that would be like something like him disappearing, hiding away for a little while, so on and so forth? That's what I mean.
No, he's not done that. I mean, the boy likes to try to sometimes hide and scare you, but it's like, it's not one of those runaway type things. He's never been one that elopes. He's never been one that wants to be away. So,
I don't know Sergeant King. If
I
he had a
understand.
nickname.
Okay, I do have a question, and
Wait a minute.
this is
His
between
mom
you and me and a whole bunch of other
did
people
say,
here,
didn't
but
say that Bubba.
it's
you
just
know,
It's like,
in
hey,
the world.
Bubba, you all
in the
right
world.
there?
But I do have to ask you this
He
because
was
it
like,
is
yeah,
something that
Mom, I'm right
has
under
been
bed.
thrown
I'm
out there
look.
quite a bit. So I say this with all the love in my heart, okay? Just a precursor. But
Said it on the Nancy
there
Grace
has been a
video.
lot
Do
of
y'all remember
conversation
which
about
name she
you allegedly having some sort of insurance, life insurance on Sebastian. Can you explain that a little bit?
I've had a Gerber grow up plan on him since he was like 4 years old.
Okay. Because I know that that's something that a lot of speculation is brewing around that specifically. So I'm just asking because, of course, that's just something that people have been bringing up and having conversations about.
Understand? Yeah, I think everybody should have insurance on their children. And with the Gerber grow up plan, the younger they are, I think you can put an I used to sell insurance in California.
Right.
I had my license for it. I think the youngest you could put insurance was on a 15-year-old newborn.
Yes, I said
And that is
Bubba
the
because I
cheapest
thought
you'll
that's
ever
what she
get it.
said.
And with Gerber grow up,
The price doesn't change. So when he turns 18, his policy literally will double, and yet he won't be paying more for it than when he was 4 years old when I got it for him.
I see. Okay.
Not to mention, you know, say he wanted to take money out against it after he's 18 or 21, say he needed, you know, something for school, for college, whatnot, he can actually borrow against his life insurance policy. Because it's not a term, it's a whole life. So he can actually use that kind of like a savings plan.
I see. I see. That makes sense to me.
And
That makes
here's a
sense.
I mean, if you have a newborn child, what was it? I think he told me if you put $4,000 into an IRA for your child just once, by the time they're 50, they all have over $1 million in their IRA. And that's just a one-time deposit. There's other things I should have done when he was younger that now I know. You know, you should
Yeah.
always be preparing for your children's future, not just your own.
No doubt. It's your legacy, right?
He sure is.
It's your legacy.
You know, one day he's going to be my age or older and be like, you know, my dad did a lot of things for me. I think I want to do the same things for my kids.
No doubt. I'm really praying for you, my brother. I am really praying for you. Is there anything else before we wrap up the show, this conversation? Is there anything else that you want to share with everyone out here before we sign off?
Thank you, everybody, for your prayers. Please keep your heads up, your eyes open. What if you all could see the person, could be the person that sees my son? It could be the reason that I get him back.
I'm praying for you.
Hello, Bougie.
I'm praying for Sebastian. I'm praying for everyone that is looking right now. My heart goes out to Sebastian. My heart goes out to you, my brother. And you know what? My heart does go out to the Proudfoots as well. Regardless of what the court of
He has
public
another
opinion
daughter named
thinks
Faith
or
that he in a
how I
custody
feel or
with the
anything of
mom
that
now.
sort. I hope
He's
that
abusive.
if there is information that's being withheld by any parties or anyone around this particular case, I just pray that there is an Easter miracle and they find some moments to speak out and speak the truth. That's what I'm praying for.
What you do in the dark will be set free in the light.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Tomorrow is a holy Saturday. Today was a good Friday. It could have been better. I'm praying for that Easter miracle.
Me too, brother.
Thank you, Pastor.
Anytime. Anytime, Seth. You know I got you. You know everybody in this chat got you. Okay? We are team green heart emoji out here throughout all of these internet streets right now. All we want is clarity. All we want is transparency and the truth. And of course, finding this young man. That's all we want, just like you, right? So we are rooting for you and we got you. What are you going to say, Seth?
Said that's all I want. I just want my son back. I want my son found so I can have him back. Because right now he's lost.
Me too. I do want him found. And I think we all can agree in the chat right now. So Seth, I'm going to let you go so you can continue doing what you're doing. Please, I just beg you. I know it's going to be very hard for you to do this, but it's one small request, okay? One simple, small request. Even the good Lord rested on Sunday.
That was after 7 days.
After 7 days, I know, but you've been running ham. You've been going ham for days, for weeks now. So all I ask, so that you can be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to fight and keep soldiering on for your son. All I ask
Thank you, Lashani.
is you get just a little bit of shut-eye on Sunday or within the next 48 hours. You deserve it, and your body deserves it. We can't have a sleep-deprived Seth Rogers out here. We need a fully alert and ready and healthy Seth Rogers. So please, bless your body with some rest this weekend. That's all I'm asking. And I'm not sitting here saying, do not feel that you taking a 2-hour nap is letting your son down. In fact, that's helping your son. It's keeping you strong. It's keeping you healthy. So please do that for me. And for everyone else here, please. Thank you. I know. Just try. Drink some chamomile tea, something. Get all fancy with that ish. You feel me?
I think I have some chamomile tea right here.
That's the worst things you could be drinking right now, my brother. Okay? But
at least it's not alcohol.
At least it's not that. Thank God it's
Right,
not.
no
But
signs
I'm
of
just saying.
Right. I don't think he
Hydrate.
would left his phone with
Water.
you either.
It's clear, not that.
The video Tara did.
Put it down. Put it
Who
down.
was Tara,
Put
Kelly?
Put that ish
I
down.
may know who you
Get
talking
some
about. But I
proper
gotta
sleep, my brother.
make
Put it
sure.
down. Don't you do that.
I think I did
Don't
though.
you do that. All right. I love you, man. I really do. Real talk. My heart goes out to you. I really want everything to change today, like right now, in finding him. I want nothing but positivity. And I just want the truth, just like you do, and finding your son. So I hope we do find him and find the truth, or at least some leads that get us closer to finding him. I do appreciate you sharing everything you did tonight. I know it's not easy, especially when you've done 15,000 interviews in the last 48 hours. But I know this is all for the good cause.
Which Tara, Kelly?
I just want to keep my son's name and face out there.
Well, that's why you have content creators like myself and the many other amazing content creators on this platform and on TikTok talking about Sebastian. Exactly. And we'll continue
I
talking
never try to
and bringing his name
exploit your
to
son.
light.
I want to find
until
him alive, so you can be
this case
smiling
is
how I
solved.
smile when I look at my children
Until he is
every day.
found. But Seth, I'm gonna let you go so you can go get some rest. I know you've been getting phone calls like crazy. I know you got a lot of things you got to do, many miles to go before you sleep. So I'm gonna let you go.
Hey, y'all, that was that one. And he also did another interview on Dolly Vision. It was it was long as well. And then I also wanted to, but I'm not gonna do it tonight. I'll probably do his Dolly Vision interview and then the ex-wife's video tomorrow, because her interview is 2 hours long, y'all. And I was just crying, y'all. I was boo-hooing. And we've been on here 4 hours and 39 minutes. Sad. So, but what I was gonna do, I was gonna just let y'all hear just a little snippet. She was on Treb TV. Somebody said she interviewed with Dolly, but I didn't know.
The host, and he's like, I have mayo on as people, dude, on the whole entire planet. Because that's the woman, when you go to sleep, that's the one that can to say, okay, he was at this construction. Hold on, let me address this. Trolls will come in and say anything.
Really from Tennessee. Yeah, see, you just had people call in on that. But yeah, she was on Trev. Yeah, I didn't see the ex-wife talk to. You probably think that because maybe they played Trev's video, but she wasn't on Dolly Vision. She was on Trev Time TV. And it was 2 hours and 4 minutes long. I wasn't happy. And basically he had the screen like browned out. Like you saw him for like the first couple of minutes, and after that he just made it where you just could see her. And I just took that as he wanted it like that. So anybody, any content creator, any person that wanted to use the content and speak on it and review it, that was your way to review it without it showing him. I mean, that's what I thought. But yeah, I'm not going to show the whole thing here. I just wanted y'all to see like what I mean by as far as like it just broke me down. And I honestly do believe her. And it just gives us a different insight on the person who Chris was before, you know, he met Katie or whatever. So I'm going to show that one tomorrow. And then also I'm going to show, y'all see my son, he's breastfeeding. Yeah, he is. Sorry. I'm going to show her interview, and then what was I showing of Dolly Vision? It was her interview and something else. I can't even remember. That's how my mind is, y'all. I ain't even ate nothing since I've been sitting here. But don't be mad at me.
He wasn't a good father figure.
Okay, yeah. I just want y'all to just see this little part, and then that's gonna be it. But yeah, we're gonna do the full deep dive tomorrow.
He was a great person in the beginning.
I cried too.
But everybody is always perfect in the beginning, right? We fail to see the red flags, and we fail to
what did I do?
Hello guys, welcome to Trap Time. Thank you for being here. If you're watching this, this is on a premiere, so feel free to chat below when you are seeing this. We do have a special.
This is Trev Time here, y'all. This is who she interviewed with.
met Christopher back when I was 35 years old. I met him on a dating website. Don't know what I was doing there, I guess. I wish I could take it back. I started talking to him. He was stationed out in San Diego, and we started talking back and forth. Wanted to get to know him a little bit more. I thought he was a great person in the beginning. But everybody is always perfect in the beginning, right? We fail to see the red flags, and we fail to notice things that we should in the beginning. So he made a couple of trips out here, asked me to marry him, and I made the mistake by saying I do. So we got married. Eventually, we moved to San Diego. I wasn't really ever prepared to move away again from New Mexico. I had went through a divorce a couple years prior to meeting Christopher. And my first husband was military as well, but I was married to him for 9.5 to 10 years, almost 10 years. We made it. He's the father of my other 2 children. And I told him that, you know, I was remarrying and we were moving to San Diego. And he wasn't really for it. He was kind of against it due to the fact that he was stationed out at Fort Bliss, which is in El Paso, Texas. And that's about like 3.5 hours from Albuquerque. So he was, you know, he would always see his kids like every weekend. And he's like, how am I going to see my kids? And I said, well, we'll figure it out.
Tay-Tay's mom.
So packed up after we said
Exactly. I would have been in here.
I don't remember the exact date when I got married to Christopher, and maybe that's a good thing. We moved into the naval housing out there, and my son, Noah, was 3 at the time, and my oldest
Kelly
was
H.
about
To you as well.
7,
Happy Easter, little
about
Shawnee.
7 years old. And she was telling me 7.
My daughter was 7. Her
So
oldest daughter was 7 when she met Chris, y'all.
I thought everything was great in the beginning. I mean, everything's always perfect, like I said. And then I started seeing bits and pieces of how Christopher really was. I was a stay-at-home wife due to my son being so young. I wanted to, you know, enjoy those years with him. Then my daughter went to school right down the street. So I was home every single day. And it just started seeing like Christopher change like night and day. It was awkward. I felt really uncomfortable after a while. We would argue about just the smallest things. And a lot of it also had to do with how he disciplined my children.
Okay, y'all, now listen now, because it's the only part we're going to listen to tonight.
I'm very protective over my kids.
Tay-Tay's mom, the
And I
searches
didn't
have been
want
called
somebody
out.
else to discipline
I
my
went
kids.
out Thursday. I went out Friday,
I didn't
and
want
no
him
one was
talking
there while I was
to
there, and I had
them
to return my rental car. There's no search
or hurting their
tomorrow.
feelings.
And
And
Cajun Navy left. But I will be back out.
I remember
If he
one point in time
isn't
where
found by
Christopher
then.
spanked my son really hard, and I got very upset with him, and I said, you can't do that to my son. I said, he's 3, he's a baby still. Like, you can't just do whatever you want. I mean,
He spanked up
he got
3-year-old.
upset, and
Listen,
he's like,
y'all.
well, you know, he needs to learn. He needs to man up. He's a man. I said, he's 3. He's
A
3.
3-year-old needs a man up.
And as time went on, like, I could see him getting more aggressive and more aggressive. And I stood up for my kids all the time. I didn't like how he, like I said, how he talked to them, how he wanted them to stand in the corner all the time. And I didn't like that. So I stayed a little bit longer. I ended up eventually getting pregnant with Faith. And it was probably, I want to say,
Okay, that is the part that we
maybe
eat.
early September that I found out that I was pregnant with Faith. And I remember telling him that I was pregnant, and he wasn't happy about it. So I called my parents back home here in Albuquerque.
Listen,
and I
he
told
didn't
them
want
the
Faith.
situation. And I said, well, Christopher wants me to get an abortion with Faith. And my parents said, no, you're not. And I said, I'm not. So I know he
Your
was very
husband
upset about me keeping Faith at that point in time.
wants you to get an abortion.
So I came home. My grandma had gotten very sick. And I decided to come home. And after that, I just kind of stayed here in New Mexico, because at that time we weren't getting along and we were just like newlyweds, and that should have never happened. And but I saw things, like I said, that were just it wasn't right about him. So I moved home and I did my whole pregnancy by myself. And so I finally, my friends back there in California, my neighbors right across the street were actually calling me. I had one good friend, which is still a really good friend of mine to this day. She called me and said, Nina, Christopher's getting rid of your furniture and getting rid of your stuff. And I was like, what? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, he's giving away like your little, your home decor stuff. Like he's giving away beds. And I was like, no way. So this was about Easter time. So I had went out there. I made a special trip. I asked my mom to go with me.
Now.
And Isabella and Noah, they went with me. And I was still pregnant with Faith at the time. So we made it. I didn't tell him that we were going out there. So I kind of, wanted to see myself, because the neighbor also informed me that there was people at the house that shouldn't have been there. So I guess I kind of wanted to sneak up on him and see what he was doing, right? And we pulled up into the driveway, into the driveway, and he was coming out the front door with a bed that he was giving to the neighbor, which was my son's bed. And the look on his face,
how he giving her his beds and stuff,
was like a deer in headlights. And he dropped the bed right there in the front yard, went back in the front door, slammed the door and locked it on my kids. And my mom told me at that point, she said, I can't believe he's doing this. Like, what is he doing? So I go in and I unlock the door and I said, what are you doing? I said, are you giving away my stuff? And he had nothing to say. So he brought the bed back in, because I knew that's what he was doing. And, the neighbor across the street, like I said, told me. So we stayed there. It was super uncomfortable. My mom felt the tension between the both of us. My children felt it as well. And at the time, Faith started moving. Like I could start, I felt her moving around in my stomach. And I told Christopher, I said, look, I said, put your hand on my stomach. I said, can you feel her move? He said, no. When you're pregnant,
and you
always
want to
think
feel the
that
baby
your
move,
spouse
yeah.
is going to be super supportive and be super excited that you're pregnant and bringing a life into this world for him, right? But I didn't get that. I didn't get that support that I needed.
Right.
So,
been
we
there.
had a
Married, but I've been
conversation my
there.
mom brought up between Christopher, myself,
Not
and
with
her.
not with my
And
last
she had
ones.
said, do you not
Talking
want
about with my
Faith? Like, do you not want this baby? And Christopher stated to my mom, he wasn't happy. And he said, what if one of them dies? What if Faith dies or Nina dies on the table, or when she's having this baby? Like, my mom said, don't talk like that. Like, why are you talking like that? They're still here.
Right, who talks like that?
So we
Having a
left
baby is a
again
joy. It's a
after a couple
blessing. It's a
days.
gift from God.
We
I
came
want a
home
baby. Thank God.
to Albuquerque, and still I tried working it out where we were at, but it just wasn't working. I wanted out. And I had faith on my own.
So she had faith on her own, but
Christopher
he
called the
won't
hospital. I told him
put
on June.
still faith.
It was June 1st that I got admitted into the hospital. And Faith arrived like at June 2nd, like about 3 or 4 in the morning. And he kept calling the hospital and kept calling the hospital and saying that my wife is in labor, she's there. But Christopher was just so, he was just so rude and hateful and just, I mean, he wasn't even there.
Wow, wasn't even there.
So then
but you
he
rude and
arrived
hateful.
a couple days later after Faith, I had Faith. And he was, the doctors and the nurses there were on high alert due to the fact that they heard Christopher over the phone on how he was being disrespectful to the nurses that were on call that night, as you know, I was waiting to have her. And I asked that they not give him any more information.
Wow.
So he arrived. I had Faith. He arrived a couple days later, like I said. And you could just tell the look on his face, like he wasn't happy at all. Like, didn't say, hey, you did a good job. Didn't say, I'm so happy that you brought my daughter into this world. Like nothing. And I remember my sister was holding Faith and she had to ask Chris, do you want to hold her? He said, I guess.
Tay-Tay's mom,
So he wanted
it's pinned at the top. I
he
pinned
handed
it
her
already
over
at
to
the
Chris.
top. But thank you.
And he stayed there with me for a couple more days because I had a C-section. And on one
Yeah, I
of
was
the
there Friday. I
occasions,
wasn't able to go today. I don't have a car.
I can't
I had to
recall what was
return my rental
happening,
car.
but he was raising his voice and he was
Didn't have the
talking
funds
to
to
me
continue. Sorry. But
very disrespectful in front of one of the nurses. And she had told him, look,
listen, y'all.
she just brought life into this world. She just got
The whole baby.
major surgery and you're yelling at her.
Major.
And I have a problem with that. She said, if
The
you
whole nurse
continue
had
to
to
do
tell
this,
him.
I'm going to have to tell social services to come down here. And I'm also going to have to ask you to leave the hospital
Chris,
and
y'all.
not return. So at that point in time,
This is before he met
he kind of calmed down
Katie
after he
and
heard
Brad.
that. But unfortunately, that didn't last very long. He continued to do that. So social services
Okay,
at
next.
the hospital was told to come down. And he was pretty much, she said, you can't do that here. And she was really concerned for my well-being
At
at
the
the
hospital,
time, and
y'all.
also Faith's, because
That's
here
supposed to
is
be your most
Christopher,
joyous moment after you had a
dictating and
baby.
telling me what I can and can't do, and telling the nurses to do their job correctly, and all these other things, and raising his voice at me, and so they had to step in.
I gonna tell the nurses to do their job.
So she said, this is it. Like, you're going to have to leave the premises. And, and he got a little upset and he's like, no, I'm going to change. I'm going to be good. So, they said, okay, but we're watching you. We're watching you. So after that, we had left. They discharged all of us from the hospital and he didn't want to stay at my parents' house because my mom and dad live in a trailer and he doesn't like that. It's a house, right? Still. So he
Bougie much?
rented a room at Kirtland Air Force Base, and they have like lodging there, which is like a house, old base housing, and we ended up getting one of those. And we stayed there for a while. I remember one night in particular where we all had went out and got something to eat to bring it back to the room. I had went
That's
into the
okay,
restroom. I
Holly.
believe that's where I was at. And
Holly,
Faye was in her car
I'm just
seat,
showing this part right here, and
and
this
my
is it.
oldest
And I'm gonna play the
daughter
rest
was in the
tomorrow.
living room with my son and Christopher. Well, anyways, my I guess I wasn't moving fast enough for Christopher.
Listen now, this the part.
The baby started crying. Faith started crying.
Trigger warning, trigger
And,
warning.
you know, she's crying, and I'm trying to get to her as fast as I can. And when she was in the car seat, my oldest daughter at the time witnessed this with my 3-year-old son. When she was in the car seat, he ended up hitting the car seat against the wall. And he's getting upset because she's crying.
Did y'all hear that? We'll go back just a little bit. Why the audio stop? Bloody. I don't hear it. Do y'all hear it?
And I'm trying to get to her as fast as I can. And when she was in the car seat, my oldest daughter at the time witnessed this with my 3-year-old son. When she was in the car seat, he ended up hitting the car seat against the wall. And he's getting upset because she's crying.
Get the car seat against the wall, y'all.
There was a coffee table right there, and he ended up tossing her on the coffee table with the car seat because he was so irate that she was crying.
You heard
and I
that?
said, "Hey," I said, "what's the problem?" I said,
Toss the
"What are you
baby onto
doing?
the
Like, don't
onto
touch
the
the
coffee
baby.
table
She's
with the
gonna
car
cry."
seat.
I wish I would have just I wish I would have never met him.
That's the part I want y'all to hear, y'all. I'm gonna stop right there because it just gets
I'm
worse.
sorry.
She said she wish she never met him. He did that to the newborn baby.
I should have left a long
The
time
newborn
ago.
baby, y'all.
'Cause no,
Just terrible. Just sad. So we gonna stop that part right there. Yeah, just terrible. You done slung the baby car seat up against the wall because she crying. Then you slam the car seat down onto the table because she continues to cry. That's what babies do. They cry, sir. They cry, Chris. Proudfoot. Oh, y'all can only imagine what Sebastian was going through in that house, y'all. I'm going.
Can we make this?
I thank y'all for joining me, y'all. We've been right. Too many chances at that baby expense. And now he want custody of her. They had court on March 5th. You want custody of a baby that you didn't even want her to bring into this world, and then one officer that you wouldn't have cared if she if not. Said y'all say a prayer for Sebastian. Y'all put some green hearts in the chat that Sebastian can be found safe, y'all. Maybe the step Chris parents got him somewhere, y'all. I don't know. Maybe it's y'all, these kids they ready for me to get up off here. So end it right here. Thank y'all for tuning in. Hit the like button, share, comment, subscribe, share the video with someone, y'all, so we can get the word out that we need any volunteers that can help out with the search with Sebastian. It won't be a search tomorrow, but they will start off Monday with the search at the Rudder at Anchor High Marina, 126 River Road. I actually was there recording. It was across the way where the dogs actually hit off it on one of my videos. So no search due to Easter tomorrow, and all remaining days 9:30 to 6 p.m. So if you can come out and help, even if it's for an hour, 30 minutes, pass out some flyers, even in your area, if you could pass out some flyers, do that. We've been doing that here as well. So thank y'all for joining me. I'm gonna get me something to eat, give me some rest. I'll be at church at 10 a.m. And thank y'all for tuning in. Until next time, peace. I'm gonna play a couple of songs for y'all. Thank y'all for joining me. I really appreciate you.
Lifestyle contagious, I know that you fiending. Under my hood, underlying a demon. Enter success, niggas be intervening. I do shit different, no history repeated. Turbo to listen, and now the bitch cheating. Told him the Michael, the hoe gotta beat it. Containing the loud, cause it be on the musty shit. Smell like a cloud in this hoe, and I'm loving it. Wood in the palin, you know that I'm puffing it. Proud of my life, it taught me not to trust a bitch. New path unlocked, but I've been had discovered it. Open a jaw, and I bet I can muffle it. Look from afar, and it look like she tussling. Mouthful of something, I asked her to come again. Want my attention, and you gotta pay me. They try to adopt what I do, but they failing. I fill up the whip with the gas on the daily. This bitch on my dick and a dad named the Kaylee. You wife up a hoe, keep your guard on the daily. Not trying to play Russian roulette with my baby. Not trying to play dealer, no deal with these ladies. I wanted to fuck, but her ideal is crazy. They say that I'm him, that I'm different. While I double my cup in the kitchen. Like I'm Jordan, the niggas they pippin'. Man, the sour can't even catch me slipping. Genie power, but infinite wishes. We got fire, make you swim with the fishes. We did sour, advancing my senses. I told Santa, won't pressure for Christmas. I might grow some weed, not for sale, but for oxygen. Call me, I can't eat the cherry, I'm popping it. 2 ways she squeaking, be boxing, no dolphin shit. Shit don't affect me, but know that I'm causing it. Causing effect in this bitch, ain't no pausing it. Life be a movie for real, so I'm vlogging it. Star of the film, we don't need you, I'm hogging it. Yo, bitch, the feature, she love when I'm dogging it. I'm schooling these niggas, no scholar. I didn't go to college, but GPA perfect. Go ask them about me. My pockets on swole, I didn't use my diploma. I wake up to pussy and blunt and deposits. You wake up every day to empty pockets. Open the space, so I enter my rocket. Niggas be mad over bitches, be plotting. I'm too nonchalant, don't give one fuck about it. These niggas no scholar. I didn't go to college, but GPA perfect. Go ask them about me. My pockets on swole, I didn't use my diploma. I wake up to pussy and blunt and deposits. You wake up every day to empty pockets. Open the space, so I enter my rocket. Niggas be mad over bitches, be plotting. I'm too nonchalant, don't give one fuck about it. No reversing a nigga and skip a bitch. And I stand on this shit like I pivoted. Different from niggas, I earned all my privileges. I could be dumb and burn through these benefits. Talking that bull, put your eye where you're missing it. You can't be mad cause I'm center attention, bitch. Maybe sit back, take some notes while you witness it. This bitch is mixed with 3 races, a triplet. Might buy a pen and I crave it, I get it. Your life in a coffin, you mad cause I'm living. I'm not into pictures, but naked she sent it. Don't pay the fuck bitches, they all independent. She quick to point out little shit that ain't given. But when niggas do it, we cancel by women. But bitches, they love when I'm misogynistic. They don't want to equal, they want a statistic. A GTA closet be so hard to pick a shoe. Like the blunt make a spark color Pikachu. Niggas don't drink for my niggas, I hit a few. Only special occasions I pick and choose. Didn't wanna fuck, I put her in a bitter mood. So she just started sucking like Pickaboo. Head game is trash, out of luck, I'm not picking you. Canceled her flight, what the fuck, I'm not dicking you. I'm schooling these niggas, no scholar. I didn't go to college, but GPA perfect. Go ask them about me. My pockets on swole, I didn't use my diploma. I wake up to pussy and blunt and deposits. You wake up every day to empty pockets. Open the space, so I enter my rocket. Niggas be mad over bitches, be plotting. I'm too nonchalant, don't give one fuck about it. These niggas no scholar. I didn't go to college, but GPA perfect. Go ask them about me. My pockets on swole, I didn't use my diploma. I wake up to pussy and blunt and deposits. You wake up every day to empty pockets. Open the space, so I enter my rocket. Niggas be mad over bitches, be plotting. I'm too nonchalant, don't give one fuck about it. Yo. Mama, who I do it for? Sipping on this double cup while smoking in my studio. Girl, don't pull up on me lest I say it, you a goofy hoe. Tryna sweet talk a nigga, she want it, I ain't moving though. No offense to bitches, if she basic, gotta tell her no. She say I'm different from other niggas, oh I didn't know. He a little dog, I'm a big one, can't play both sides, better pick one. Like with Shawty on, she a little one. Got 2 semis, now I need a big gun. Watch your bitch hurt, she a slick when you ain't hit that nigga been done. I don't argue with these bitches, cut them off and swap them out. You can have that bitch back when I finish, I'ma kick her out. Fame comes with the money, I just wanna stack, forget the clout. I'm not tryna hit, I told her she came over for a mouth. When she with me, she be talking bad about you, but I got you. I won't get her pregnant, so I use a condom, so no problem. Niggas flexing on the ground, but at the bottom, I'm too hot for anything she gotta say. I blow her back and blow her mind. Them checks flowing and I keep the money moving like a goblin. My bitch bring me peace, she know that if I'm talking, then it's silence. Throw it in the air and leave it there. It's something like a pilot. He can rap, but he be capping. You should ask him why he lying. For sipping on this double cup while smoking in my studio. Girl, don't pull up on me lest I say it, you a goofy hoe. Tryna sweet talk a nigga, she want it, I ain't moving though. No offense to bitches, if she basic, gotta tell her no. But if she bet she gotta come here, she gon' have some fun here. Nigga, who the fuck you think you run here? Don't forget my gun here. Niggas lying, saying that they from here, they not really from here. Niggas fell off, they was hot for 1 year, guess them niggas done here. Uncle gone and it'll never be the same, but fuck the rain. I can hide it, but I'm hurting from the pain. I'm switching lanes. I was in the mood until I broke my chain. That bitch is plain. Clutching every shot I put a buzzer beater like I'm Dane. Weed is black and purple raven. Ain't no whole word for the saving. On the face I like the pain. It fuck a better, I'm just saying. On every channel try and change it. You don't like me cause you hate it. Will not feel you gon' be waiting. I like your freshie a replacement. Swap them out, they trading places. I like foreigns in my races. Throwing bait but I'm not chasing. If he down shit then we racing. This bitch drier than a raisin. I need ID, don't trust faces. Nigga rushing but I'm pacing. On my dick, who why you blazing? Sipping on this double cup while smoking in my studio. Girl, don't pull up on me lest I say it, you a goofy hoe. Tryna sweet talk a nigga, she want it, I ain't moving though. No offense to bitches, if she basic, gotta tell her no. Sipping on this double cup while smoking in my studio. Girl, don't pull up on me lest I say it, you a goofy hoe. Tryna sweet talk a nigga, she want it, I ain't moving though. No offense to bitches, if she basic, gotta tell her no. I don't need this for real, but I mean, hey. Trying to figure out this problem that these niggas got. All of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important to you, put my family in drama. Now I you at the bottom, this really too easy. Niggas flies because I'm finna squash them. Niggas finna hate this. Your brother 27 with a minor on some gay shit. On this nigga ass at first I wasn't gonna say shit. He couldn't get the hoes, I guess he had to make a lane switch. Acting like a sis, really acting like a bitch. We could talk it out, but I can't understand him with the lisp. Not to mention he be dressing up for views, he wearing wigs. Not to mention nigga 27, out here scamming kids. Foreign coupe, I love to walk around it capping, so let's talk about it. Laughing but nobody smiling, too old to be acting childish. He didn't want the smoke, brought up my mama, so bro now you got it. If you know what's best, then close your mouth and keep my mama out it. Now I'm making noise, piss me off and now I'm too annoyed. Nigga play with toys, he play with them and fuck with little boys. I can't just ignore it, water deep just like we finding Dory. I don't have a choice, the war is coming, hope you ready for it. Double cup I'm sipping, you can talk your shit but leave my family out and I ain't tripping. Don't let this shit go over your head, I really hope you listen. I'm real fed up hearing this and that, you acting like a sissy. Thought I was misogynist, but you keep sneak dissing these women. Problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level, cause you at the bottom, this really too easy. Niggas figure out this finna squash them. That these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level, cause you at the bottom, this really too easy. Niggas flies because I'm finna squash them.